Story 1. My sister handed out Christmas dinner invitations to everyone except me, telling my wife I was excluded because a plumber wouldn't fit the sophisticated atmosphere. My father laughed and said, "We don't want shop talk about toilets at the table." I didn't say a word. 2 weeks later, my sister called crying about her law school tuition being declined, and my parents frantically texted about their electricity being shut off, because I'd been paying for everything all along. I was sitting in my truck when Rachel told me, her voice tight with anger on the phone. She'd run into Claire at the grocery store, my sister in her tailored coat and leather gloves, handing out cream-colored envelopes like she was the queen distributing royal decrees. Rachel had assumed ours got lost in the mail. That's when Claire smiled, that particular smile she'd perfected since law school, the one that looked sympathetic but felt like a scalpel, and said it. The thing about sophistication. The thing about plumbers. She actually said you wouldn't fit, Rachel repeated, her breath sharp. Like you're some kind of embarrassment. I sat there in the truck, engine still running, looking at my hands on the steering wheel. They were clean. I always scrubbed them 3 times after a job, sometimes 4, working the pumice soap under my nails until the skin turned red. But you could still see the calluses, the old scar across my right palm from a pipe cutter that slipped when I was 19, the permanent stain of work that no amount of scrubbing ever fully erased. That should have been the first red flag, not this incident, but the one 15 years earlier, when Claire was 12 and told her friends I was her cousin who visited sometimes because she didn't want them to know her brother fixed toilets for a living. I'd laughed it off then. She was just a kid trying to impress her private school friends. But I wasn't laughing now. "What did you say to her?" I asked Rachel. "Nothing. I was too shocked. Then your dad walked up and made that joke about toilet talk at the dinner table, and they both laughed like it was the funniest thing in the world. Like you were the punchline to some joke I wasn't in on." I closed my eyes. My father. The man who used to ruffle my hair when I was 8 and tell me I could be anything I wanted. The same man who'd grown colder each year after I chose trade school over university, who introduced me at parties as my son, the plumber with a particular emphasis that made it sound like an apology. "I'll handle it," I told Rachel, though I had no idea what that meant yet. "Handle it? Marcus, they uninvited you from Christmas. Your own family." "I know. This is insane. You should call them." "You should. I'll handle it," I said again, and hung up before she could hear the shake in my voice. 2 weeks. I gave myself 2 weeks to see what would happen. 2 weeks of silence, of not calling, of letting the automatic payments I'd set up years ago continue their quiet work in the background. 2 weeks of watching my phone not ring, of wondering if they'd notice, of testing a theory I desperately hoped would prove wrong. The dinner was on December 23rd. I knew because Claire posted about it constantly, photos of her menu planning, her table settings, the wine she'd selected. She'd rented out a private room at Bellamy's, one of those restaurants where the plates are the size of saucers and each course costs more than I used to make in a day when I was starting out. The guest list read like a who's who of people trying to impress each other, her law school friends, dad's golf buddies, mom's book club. Rachel wanted to drive by, to peek in the windows, to make them see us. I told her no. We spent Christmas Eve with her parents instead, and they asked careful, polite questions about my family that I deflected with jokes about being the black sheep. Rachel's mother hugged me too long when we left, and I knew she understood more than I'd said. But I wasn't doing nothing. I was watching my bank account. People think plumbing is simple: you unclog drains, you fix leaks, you install toilets and call it a day. They don't see the business side, the licensing, the insurance, the equipment costs. They definitely don't see what happens when you're good at it, when you build a reputation, when commercial contracts start rolling in and suddenly you're the guy hotels call when their entire 4th floor backs up at 2 a.m., the guy who manages a crew of 6 and bills out at $200 an hour for emergency work. I'd made more last year than my father did as a mid-level insurance executive. I'd made more than Claire would make in her first 5 years as a lawyer, if she even passed the bar. But I dressed in work pants and steel-toed boots. I kept my truck clean but obviously used. I never corrected their assumptions about what plumbers earned because, honestly, it had been funny watching them pat themselves on the back for their successful professional lives while I quietly bankrolled half of theirs. The first automatic payment that would have processed after Christmas was Claire's law school tuition. I'd been paying it since she started, $73,000 over 3 years, funneled through a scholarship fund she thought came from the university. The payment was set for December 27th. I canceled it on December 26th. The second was my parents' electricity bill, which I'd taken over 4 years ago when Dad's company downsized and they started struggling with their mortgage on the house they'd insisted on buying in the expensive neighborhood. They thought their payments had just gotten more manageable. They didn't know I'd been covering the difference between what they paid and what they actually owed, plus handling the utilities they kept forgetting about. I canceled those on December 27th. There were other things too. Smaller things. Claire's car insurance. The subscription to that wine club Mom loved. The annual membership to Dad's golf course that he thought his company still comped. All these little threads I'd been weaving into their lives so carefully they'd forgotten I was holding the whole thing together. I sat at my desk in the office above my shop, the one with the new computer system and the CAD software for planning commercial installations, and clicked through each cancellation with steady hands. My heart was pounding, but my hands were steady. Rachel found me there around 9 p.m., staring at the screen. "Did you do it?" she asked quietly. "Yeah. How do you feel?" I thought about it. Tested my feelings like you test a sore tooth with your tongue, probing for the sharp edge of pain. I feel like I'm about to find out who my family really is. You already know who they are, Marcus. They uninvited you from Christmas because they're embarrassed by what you do for a living. While you're paying for their lives. I want to see if they'll say it. If they'll actually ask. She sat down on the edge of my desk, her hand finding mine. And if they don't? Then I guess I'll know that too. The first call came on December 29th. Claire, her voice high and confused, saying there must be some mistake with her tuition payment. The university was saying the scholarship fund had been discontinued. Could I maybe loan her the money just until she figured out what was going on? She'd pay me back. She promised. I let it go to voicemail. The second call came an hour later. Dad, gruff and annoyed, saying something was wrong with the electricity bill. They'd gotten a shut-off notice for some insane amount, $1,500, which was ridiculous because they paid their bills, always had. This was clearly an error, but could I maybe help them out short-term while they sorted it with the electric company? I let that one go to voicemail too. Then Mom called. Then Claire again. Then Dad again, his voice sharper now, more demanding. Then a text from Claire, "Marcus, seriously, I need your help, this is important." I turned my phone face down on the desk and went home. Rachel had made dinner, pasta, garlic bread, a simple salad. We ate in the kitchen of the house I'd bought 5 years ago, the one with good bones that I'd slowly been renovating room by room, doing most of the work myself. The mortgage was paid off. The house was worth 4 times what I'd bought it for. Nobody in my family had ever seen it because they'd never asked to visit. "They're calling a lot," Rachel said carefully. "Yeah. You going to answer eventually?" "When they ask the right question." "What's the right question?" I set down my fork. "Not can you loan me money? Not can you help me figure out this billing error? The right question is, have you been paying for this all along?" She reached across the table, squeezed my hand. "Baby, I don't think they're going to ask that question." "Then I guess we'll see what happens when the electricity actually gets shut off." It happened on January 2nd. I know because that's when Claire called 12 times in a row, followed by a voicemail that was half crying, half screaming about how the power was off at the house. Mom and Dad were furious. And did I know anything about this? Because the electric company said there were years of unpaid bills that someone else had been covering, and now that someone had stopped and they wanted $9,000 to turn it back on. $9,000. That's what I'd paid over 4 years to keep the lights on in a house that was too big for 2 people who'd insisted on living beyond their means because keeping up appearances mattered more than financial stability. I called her back. She answered on the first ring. "Marcus, oh thank goodness, I've been trying to reach you. I know. I got your messages. The electricity, it's off, and they're saying, it doesn't make any sense, they're saying someone else was paying it, but that's insane, right? Who would?" She stopped. The silence stretched long enough that I could hear her breathing change, hear the moment the pieces started clicking together. "Marcus?" "Yeah. Have you? Were you paying Mom and Dad's electricity? And your tuition? And your car insurance? And Dad's golf membership? And about 15 other things over the past few years?" The sound she made was somewhere between a gasp and a sob. "What? You heard me. Why would you? We didn't ask you to." "No, you didn't ask. You never asked anything, Claire. You just assumed that things would work out, that your tuition would be covered, that Mom and Dad's bills would get paid, that life would be easy because that's how it's always been for you. You never wondered why. You never thought about who was making it easy. But you're a plumber," she said it automatically, then seemed to hear herself, and her voice went small. "I mean, I didn't think you. How could you afford?" "There it is," I said quietly. "That's what you really think. That plumbers can't afford things. That we're somehow less than. That we don't fit sophisticated atmospheres." "Marcus, I didn't mean." "Yeah, you did. You meant it when you told my wife I wasn't invited to Christmas. You meant it when you called me a cousin to your friends. You meant it every single time you introduced me with that apologetic little voice, like you were sorry I existed. That's not fair, I was a kid. You're 27 years old, Claire. You're in law school. You're not a kid anymore. But you're still embarrassed by your brother who fixes toilets for a living. The brother who's been paying for your education so you could become a lawyer and look down on him from even greater heights." She was crying now, full sobs. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please, Marcus, I didn't know, I didn't realize. That's the problem. You didn't realize. None of you did. And you know what? I think part of me wanted to keep it that way. I wanted to see how long it would take for you to notice me, to see me, to think maybe the guy who shows up to family dinners with dirt under his fingernails might actually be worth your time. We do see you, we do. You see a plumber. You don't see me. Dad's voice erupted in the background, angry and demanding. Is that Marcus? Give me the phone. Give me the. Then he was on the line, and his voice was the controlled fury I remembered from childhood, the tone that meant someone was in serious trouble. You want to explain what the heck is going on with our electricity? I stopped paying it. You, what? You've been paying our electricity? For 4 years. Along with a lot of other things. Why would you do that without telling us? Why would you uninvite me to Christmas without asking me? Silence. Long enough that I thought he might have hung up. Then, quieter, Claire told you about that. My wife told me. After your daughter informed her that a plumber wouldn't fit the sophisticated atmosphere. After you made jokes about toilet talk at the table. We were joking, Marcus. It wasn't supposed to be a big deal. Right. It's never a big deal when you're dismissing me. When you're ashamed of what I do. When you're introducing me as your son the plumber like it's a terminal diagnosis. It's all just jokes, right? Just family ribbing. Except the joke is that while you're laughing about how unsophisticated I am, I'm the one keeping your lights on. Now hold on just a minute. No. You hold on. You want to know what's not sophisticated? Buying a house you can't afford because you care more about the neighborhood than the mortgage. Running up credit cards on clothes and dinners and trips while your savings account hits zero. Letting your daughter take out student loans at 9% interest because you spent her college fund on a kitchen remodel. That's not sophisticated, Dad. That's stupid. And I've been quietly fixing it for years because I loved you and I wanted you to be happy, and I thought maybe, eventually, you'd see that I wasn't just some dumb plumber who didn't know the difference between a fish fork and a salad fork. But you never did see it. You never even looked. His breathing was harsh on the other end of the line. When he spoke again, his voice was different, smaller, older. How much have you been paying? Does it matter? Yes. I want to know. I pulled up my spreadsheet, the one I'd been keeping for my own records. Your electricity, gas, water, and trash over 4 years, about $18,000. Claire's tuition, $73,000. Her car insurance, $4,200. Your golf membership, $16,000. Mom's wine club, $2,000. Your homeowner's insurance when you let it lapse last year, $3,800. Various other bills, gifts, and bailouts, roughly $12,000. Total, $126,000, give or take. The silence on the other end lasted so long I thought the call had dropped. Dad? I'm here. His voice cracked. I'm here, Marcus, why didn't you tell us? And there it was. The question I'd been waiting for, except it was the wrong one. Not why did you do this or how can we ever repay you or even we're sorry we treated you like you were less than us. Just why didn't you tell us, because the problem, in his mind, was my secrecy, not their years of casual contempt. Because you never asked, I said simply. You never asked how I was doing. Never asked about my business. Never asked if I needed anything. You just assumed the plumber was scraping by, barely making ends meet, probably one broken pipe away from bankruptcy. And I let you assume it because I wanted to see if you'd ever look past the work boots and actually see me. Son, I'm not finished. You're going to listen now because this is the only time I'm saying it. I built a business from nothing. I have 6 employees. I own my truck and my shop outright. My house is paid off. I have retirement accounts and investments and enough in savings to weather any storm. I did all of that while wearing dirty jeans and steel-toed boots, while smelling like pipe dope and having grease under my nails, while being the punchline to your jokes and the embarrassment at your parties. I did it without your help, without your approval, and definitely without your respect. And you know what? I was fine with that. I didn't need you to be proud of me. But I also didn't need you to be ashamed of me. And when you uninvited me to Christmas because I wouldn't fit your sophisticated atmosphere, you made it clear which one you chose. It was a mistake, he said, and now he was crying too, my father who I'd never heard cry, not even at his own father's funeral. It was a stupid, thoughtless mistake, and I'm sorry. We're sorry. Please, Marcus, you have to understand. I understand perfectly. I understand that you'll take my money but not my company. That you'll cash my checks but not my calls. That you'll let me fix your problems but not sit at your table. I understand exactly what I am to you, Dad. I'm a solution, not a son. That's not true. Then prove it. Not with words, not with apologies, not with promises to do better. Prove it with time. Prove it with change. Prove it by showing me that you actually see me as a person worth knowing, not just a wallet you can dip into when things get rough. Mom had taken the phone now. I could hear her gentle breathing, the soft sounds of her trying to compose herself. When she spoke, her voice was the one from my childhood, The one that used to read me bedtime stories and kiss scraped knees. Marcus, sweetheart, please. Come over. Let's talk about this face to face. As a family. A family, I repeated. Is that what we are? Of course we are. You're our son, Claire's your sister, we're. Mom, when's the last time you called me? Not to ask for help with something, not because you needed me to fix the garbage disposal or co-sign Claire's lease. When's the last time you just called to talk? The silence was answer enough. That's what I thought, I said. I'll make you a deal. I'll pay to get your electricity turned back on. I'll cover Claire's tuition for this semester so she doesn't lose her spot at school. I'll give you 3 months to get your finances sorted out and take over your own bills. But after that, I'm done being the invisible bank account. If you want a relationship with me, you're going to have to earn it. Starting with an actual invitation to Christmas dinner next year. Not in a restaurant. At home. At a table where a plumber might fit. Can you do that? Yes, Mom said immediately. Yes, of course, Marcus, we'll do whatever. I'm not finished. The invitation comes with a condition. You tell everyone at that dinner who I am. Not just my name, not just that I'm your son. You tell them what I do, and you say it like you're proud of it. Because if you're ashamed of me, I don't want to be there. I'd rather spend Christmas with people who think fixing a burst pipe at 3 a.m. is just as valuable as writing a legal brief or selling an insurance policy. Can you do that? Yes, she whispered. I promise. We'll do better. We'll be better. Then I'll wire you the money for the electricity tomorrow. And I'll call Claire about the tuition. But Mom? This is the last time. The last bailout, the last secret payment, the last time I make your problems disappear while you pretend I don't exist. From now on, you're on your own. And if you want me in your life, you're going to have to show up for me the way I showed up for you. Every single time. Without question. For years. I hung up before she could respond. Rachel was standing in the doorway, tears streaming down her face. That was the hardest thing I've ever heard you do. It needed doing. I know. I'm proud of you. Yeah? I looked at her, this woman who'd married me knowing exactly what I did and loving me for it, who'd never once asked me to be anything other than what I was. I'm not sure I'm proud of me yet. I'm mostly just tired. She crossed the room and pulled me into a hug, and I let myself sink into it, let myself feel the weight of what I'd just done. I'd burned bridges tonight. Maybe they could be rebuilt, maybe not. But they'd never be the same, and I'd never be the same person who walked across them with his head down and his hands in his pockets, hoping not to be noticed. 2 weeks later, I got a text from Claire. Tuition's cleared. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm going to be better. 3 weeks later, Dad called. Not about a bill or a problem. Just to talk. He asked about my business, about a commercial job I'd mentioned months ago in passing, about whether I'd figured out that issue with the water heater in the office. The conversation lasted 7 minutes. It was awkward and halting and neither of us knew quite what to say. But it was something. Christmas the following year came around faster than I expected. The invitation arrived in October, handwritten by my mother on cream-colored cardstock that matched the ones Claire had handed out the year before. Christmas dinner at the Harrison home. Please join us for an evening of family, food, and celebration. December 23rd, 6 p.m. And below it, in Mom's careful script, we're proud to celebrate with our son Marcus, owner of Harrison & Sons Plumbing, and his wonderful wife Rachel. Please join us in honoring his success and the work he's built from the ground up. Rachel found me reading it for the 4th time, sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee going cold in my hand. You okay? She asked. They actually did it. They actually wrote it down. Are you going to go? I looked at the invitation again, at the way she'd written owner of Harrison & Sons Plumbing without apology or qualification, at the word proud that I'd waited my whole adult life to see attached to what I did. Yeah, I said. I think I am. The dinner itself was strange. They'd kept it small, just us, my parents, Claire and her girlfriend, 2 of my mother's closest friends. The table was set beautifully, and the food was catered, but it was at home, in the dining room where we'd eaten 1,000 meals when I was growing up. When everyone was seated, my father stood up with his wine glass and cleared his throat. My heart sank for a moment. Was this where he'd revert to form, where the jokes would start, where I'd see that nothing had really changed? I want to say something before we eat, he said, and his voice was steady but quiet. Last year, I made a mistake. A big one. I let my own insecurities and pride get in the way of seeing my son clearly. Marcus, you've built something remarkable. You've created a successful business, employed people, contributed to this community in ways I never acknowledged. And you did it while taking care of our family, even when we didn't deserve it. Especially when we didn't deserve it. He looked directly at me, and his eyes were wet. I'm proud of you. I should have said it years ago, but I'm saying it now, in front of everyone, because you deserve to hear it. I'm proud that you're my son. I'm proud of what you do. And I'm grateful that you gave us another chance when you had every right not to. Claire stood up next, her glass shaking slightly in her hand. I was a spoiled brat who couldn't see past her own privilege and assumptions. Marcus paid for my education while I was too busy being embarrassed by him to say thank you. I'm saying it now, in front of everyone. Thank you. And I'm sorry. And I'm proud to be your sister. Mom didn't stand, but she reached across the table and took my hand. You've always been extraordinary, sweetheart. I'm just sorry it took me so long to see it. I sat there with Rachel's hand on my knee, surrounded by my family, hearing the words I'd needed for so long. And it felt good. It felt healing. But there was still a shadow. Because after dinner, after the dishes were cleared and people were having coffee in the living room, I went to the bathroom and passed my father's study. The door was ajar, and I heard his voice, low and careful. Yes, just a few more months and we should be back on track. Marcus has been generous, but we can't rely on that forever. The refinance should go through in January. I stood outside the door, listening to my father explain their financial situation to someone on the phone, talking about managing appearances, about the importance of maintaining their lifestyle until they could stabilize things properly. He hadn't learned. Not really. The words at dinner had been real, I believe that. The pride might even have been real. But the understanding? The actual change in behavior, in values, in priorities? That was still a work in progress. Maybe it always would be. I went back to the living room and sat next to Rachel, and when she looked at me with a question in her eyes, I just smiled and shook my head slightly. Not now. Not tonight. Because here's what I'd learned, you can't make people see you. You can only decide whether to keep standing in front of them, waiting, or to walk away and find people who see you without having to be taught. I'd given them a chance. They'd taken it, in their way. But I was done being the invisible safety net, done arranging my life around their blind spots and assumptions. The money I'd wired for the electricity and tuition? That was the last of it. I'd meant what I'd said. From now on, they'd stand on their own. And I'd stand on my own too, the plumber who didn't fit sophisticated atmospheres, who showed up to Christmas dinner in clean jeans and a button-down shirt, who'd built an empire from copper pipes and hard work while his family looked the other way. I raised my coffee cup to my father across the room, and he raised his back, smiling. But I knew something he didn't know I knew. And I wondered how long it would take before he called again, asking for help. And I wondered what I'd say when he did. The question hung in the air between us like smoke, invisible to everyone else, but clear as crystal to me. Would I be strong enough to say no next time? Or would I fold again, trading my self-respect for the temporary warmth of being needed? I looked at Rachel, at the life we'd built together, at the future waiting for us in the house they'd never bothered to visit. And I thought maybe, just maybe, I already knew the answer. But I'd let them think otherwise. Let them think the wallet was still open, the bank still in business. At least until the next time they didn't ask how I was doing. At least until the next time they assumed. 3 months passed before the test came. I should have known it would be Claire who called. She'd always been better at asking for things than my parents were. She'd perfected the art of making requests sound casual, inevitable, like you'd already agreed before she finished the sentence. Hey, Marcus. How are you? It's been forever since we talked. It had been 8 days. We'd had coffee the previous weekend, awkward but cordial, talking about her cases at the legal clinic where she was interning and my bid on a hospital renovation project. But forever sounded better, I suppose. More justification for what was coming. I'm good, Claire. What's up? So, funny story, well, not funny exactly, but you know how graduation is coming up in May? I did know. She'd mentioned it approximately 37 times in the past month, along with detailed descriptions of the ceremony, the reception she was planning, and the dress she'd bought that cost more than my first truck. Yeah, I remember. Right, so Mom and Dad want to throw this party afterward. Like, a real party, you know? With my law school friends, their friends, some potential employers I've been networking with. It's kind of a big deal because it's not just celebrating graduation, it's like, announcing me to the professional world, you know? I knew where this was going. I could feel it coming like you feel a storm building, that pressure in the air that says something's about to break. Sounds nice, I said carefully. It is. It's going to be amazing. Mom's already looking at venues, and we found this perfect place in the city with a view of the river and everything. Only thing is, she paused, and I could picture her biting her lip, that thing she did when she was about to ask for something big. The deposit is pretty steep. Like, $5,000 steep. And with graduation costs and my bar exam prep course and everything, I'm kind of tapped out. So I was wondering if maybe you could help? Just with the deposit. Mom and Dad are covering the rest, they're just a little tight right now until Dad's bonus comes through in June. There it was. $5,000 for a party to celebrate my sister's graduation, Thrown by parents who were a little tight 3 months after I'd bailed them out of $9,000 in electricity bills and promised to stop being their safety net. When do you need to put the deposit down? I asked. By Friday. I know it's short notice, but we just found the place and someone else is interested, so we have to move fast or we'll lose it. And this party, it's important to you? Marcus, it's not just important, it's essential. This is my introduction to the legal community here. The people I'm inviting could be my future colleagues, my future employers. First impressions matter in law. You know that. I did know that. I also knew about first impressions in plumbing, showing up on time, having a clean truck, presenting a professional estimate. The difference was, my first impressions had to be made in work boots and tool belts, and somehow that was never essential enough for them to care about. Let me think about it, I said. Think about it? Marcus, I need to know by Thursday. Friday at the absolute latest. Then I'll let you know by Thursday. But, Thursday, Claire. I'll call you. I hung up before she could push harder. Rachel was in the garage, painting the trim on the new cabinets I'd installed. She looked up when I came in, read my face immediately. Claire? Already deposit for her graduation. $5,000. Due Friday. Rachel set down her brush carefully, deliberately, the way she did when she was fighting to stay calm. Are you serious right now? It's been 3 months. 3 months since they promised to stand on their own. Dad's bonus is coming in June, apparently. They're just a little tight. They're always a little tight, Marcus. That's the whole problem. They live beyond their means and then act surprised when the bills come due. She wiped her hands on a rag, leaving paint smears across the fabric. What did you tell her? That I'd think about it. And are you? Thinking about it? I sat down on the workbench, feeling the weight of the question. I don't know. Part of me wants to say no immediately. But she's my sister. It's her graduation. Maybe this is different. How is it different? It's the same pattern, just a different excuse. They need money, they call you, you give it to them, they don't learn anything. Rachel came over and stood in front of me, her paint-stained hands on my shoulders. Baby, I love that you're generous. I love that you want to help your family. But helping and enabling aren't the same thing. You told them you were done being the bank. Were you serious about that, or were you just hoping they'd never test you? That was the question, wasn't it? I'd made the declaration feeling righteous and strong, standing up for myself in a moment of clarity. But declarations are easy. Following through when your sister's voice cracks with desperation, when you imagine your mother's disappointed face, when you know you have the money and it would be so simple to just wire it and make everyone happy, that's the hard part. I was serious, I said, but even I could hear the uncertainty in my voice. Then prove it. Not to me, I already know who you are. Prove it to yourself. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Claire's graduation, about her standing there in her cap and gown with no party, no celebration, no professional introduction to the legal community. I thought about my mother's face, the disappointment she'd try to hide but couldn't. I thought about family dinners where the empty chair of my absence would speak louder than words. But then I thought about other things too. I thought about being 12 years old, coming home excited about getting an A on my math test, only to have my father barely glance up from the newspaper to grunt an acknowledgement because he was reading about Claire's elementary school play where she'd had a speaking role. I thought about being 17, telling my parents I'd been accepted into the plumber's apprenticeship program, a competitive program, one that only took 10 applicants a year, and having my mother's face fall like I'd announced a terminal illness. I thought about being 23, buying my first truck with money I'd saved working 60-hour weeks, and having my father ask if I was sure I wouldn't rather go back to school, get a real career going. I thought about every Christmas, every birthday, every family gathering where I'd shown up knowing I was the disappointment, the one who hadn't lived up to potential, the one whose accomplishments were never quite good enough to celebrate. And I thought about that spreadsheet on my computer, the one documenting $126,000 in payments I'd made to keep their lives comfortable while they barely acknowledged mine. At 2 a.m., I got up and went to my office. I pulled up that spreadsheet and added a new column, Opportunities Lost. Across from Claire's tuition, investment account that could have been worth $95,000 by now. Across from my parents' electricity, new equipment for the shop, expanding the business faster. Across from the golf membership, Rachel's dream vacation to Italy that we postponed 3 times. Across from Claire's car insurance, the emergency fund we had to rebuild from scratch. I filled in the whole column, line by line, every payment matched with something we'd sacrificed or delayed or gone without. The total at the bottom wasn't just money. It was years of our lives shaped around their needs while they never once shaped theirs around ours. On Thursday morning, I called Claire. Marcus, I've been waiting to hear from you. So, about the deposit, I'm not giving you the money, Claire. Silence. Long enough that I could hear her breathing change, shift from hopeful to confused to something harder. What do you mean you're not giving it to me? I mean exactly that. I'm not paying the deposit for your party. But, it's my graduation. This is important, Marcus. I told you. I know what you told me. And I'm still saying no. Her voice climbed higher, sharper. Why? You have the money. I know you do. This is my future we're talking about, my career. And what about my future? What about my career? Did you celebrate when I got my master plumber's license? Did you throw me a party when I opened my second location? Did you ask mom and dad to help me when I was working 16-hour days to build something from nothing? That's not the same. Why not? Because plumbing isn't as important as law? Because fixing a hospital's water system isn't as impressive as writing briefs? Or is it just because you've always been the star and I've always been the help? That's not fair. She was crying now. I've apologized for that. We've worked on this. Christmas was good, you said. Christmas was words, Claire. This is action. And the action you're taking right now is asking me to fund your party 3 months after promising to stand on your own. You're proving that nothing's actually changed. You still see me as the wallet, not the brother. I don't, that's not true. Then find another way to pay for it. Take out a loan. Use a credit card. Ask your law school friends. Postpone it until you're working and can afford it yourself. But don't ask me, because I'm done being the answer to questions you should be solving on your own. Mom and dad are going to be so disappointed. Something in me snapped at that. Let them be disappointed. I've been disappointing them my whole life just by existing as someone who works with his hands instead of his mind. Maybe it's their turn to be disappointed in you for asking your brother to bail you out instead of figuring it out yourself. You're being cruel. No, Claire. I'm being honest. For the first time in years, I'm being completely honest with you. I love you. I want you to succeed. But I'm not going to pay for that success anymore. You're going to have to earn it yourself, the way I did. And if that means no fancy party, then that means no fancy party. She hung up on me. Within an hour, my mother called. Then my father. Then both of them together on speakerphone, their voices overlapping with recriminations and pleading and confusion. She's your sister. It's just $5,000. You have the money, why are you being so stubborn? This isn't like you, Marcus. That last one almost made me laugh. This wasn't like me, the me they'd constructed in their heads, the reliable ATM who never said no, who absorbed their dismissiveness and came back for more. But it was exactly like the real me, the one who'd been building boundaries brick by brick over the past few months, the one who was finally learning that love doesn't mean letting people use you. I'm not changing my mind, I told them. Claire's graduation party is not my responsibility. If you want to throw her a party, throw her a party. But fund it yourselves. We can't, my mother said, and her voice cracked. Not right now. Things are tight, and then maybe you should look at your budget and figure out why things are always tight. Maybe you should ask yourselves why you can't afford a $5,000 party when dad drives a car that costs $60,000 and mom just redecorated the living room for the 3rd time in 5 years. That's completely different. No, it's not. It's the same thing it's always been. You spend money on what matters to you, and then you expect me to cover what you can't afford. But I'm not covering it anymore. I told you that at Christmas, and I meant it. My father's voice went cold, the way it used to when I was a kid, and pushed back against his authority. So you're just going to abandon your sister on one of the most important days of her life? Let her graduation pass without any celebration because you're too selfish to help out? The word selfish hung in the air like a slap. Yeah, Dad. I guess I am. I'm being selfish with my money, my time, and my self-respect. I'm being selfish by refusing to fund a party for someone who uninvited me to Christmas because I wasn't sophisticated enough. I'm being selfish by keeping the money I earned instead of handing it over to people who never appreciated it. If that makes me the bad guy in your story, I can live with that. I hung up before he could respond. Rachel found me in the backyard an hour later, sitting on the deck with a beer I hadn't touched, staring at nothing. I'm proud of you, she said quietly. I don't feel proud. I feel like garbage. That's because they're good at making you feel like garbage. They've had years of practice. She sat down next to me, took my hand. But you did the right thing. You held your boundary. That's huge. Claire's going to hate me. Maybe for a while. But maybe this is what she needs to grow up. To realize that actions have consequences, that burning bridges with the people who support you means you might have to build your own bridges for a change. What if they don't talk to me again? What if this is it? Rachel squeezed my hand. Then you'll know they only wanted you for your money. And as much as that would hurt, wouldn't you rather know the truth than spend the rest of your life wondering if they'd love you without it? She was right. I knew she was right. But knowing something intellectually and feeling it emotionally are two different things, and I felt like I'd just set fire to the only family I had. For 2 weeks, there was silence. No calls, no texts, no emails. It was like I'd ceased to exist. Then, on a Tuesday afternoon, I got a message from Claire. Found a cheaper venue. Having the party at the house instead. Smaller guest list. We're making it work. No, thanks to you. I stared at the message for a long time, trying to decode it. Was she angry? Resigned? Had she learned anything, or was this just more evidence that I was the villain in their story? I typed and deleted 6 different responses before settling on, "I'm glad you found a solution. Congratulations on graduating." She didn't respond. May came, and with it Claire's graduation. I wasn't invited to the ceremony. The party at the house happened without me. I saw the photos on social media, mom and dad beaming, Claire in a white dress surrounded by friends, the backyard decorated with lights and flowers that must have cost something, though apparently not $5,000. They looked happy. Complete. And I looked at those photos and felt the strangest mix of emotions, relief that they'd managed without me, sadness that they'd excluded me, and a weird sense of pride that Claire had actually figured it out on her own. But mostly I felt free. Free from the weight of their expectations. Free from the burden of being the invisible safety net. Free from the exhausting mental gymnastics of trying to be good enough for people who'd never see me as good enough. Rachel and I went to dinner that night, a fancy place downtown that we'd been meaning to try. We ordered expensive wine and the chef's tasting menu, and we laughed and talked and celebrated nothing in particular except the fact that we were there, together, spending our money on ourselves for once. Do you think they'll ever come around? Rachel asked over dessert. Honestly? I don't know. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But I'm done waiting for them to decide I'm worth their time. I'm done being the one who always reaches out, always makes excuses, always gives second chances while getting nothing back. What if they apologize? What if they really change? I thought about it. Then I'll listen. But I won't forget. And I definitely won't go back to being the bank. She smiled, raised her glass. To the plumber who wouldn't fit the sophisticated atmosphere. I clinked my glass against hers. To the plumber who built his own sophisticated life and didn't need their permission to do it. Summer passed. My business grew. I hired 2 more people and opened a 3rd location. Rachel got promoted at her job. We took that trip to Italy we'd been postponing, spent 2 weeks eating pasta and drinking wine and exploring ancient cities where nobody cared what we did for a living. And my phone stayed mostly quiet. A text from my mother on my birthday. A brief email from my father about a family friend who'd passed away. Nothing from Claire. It hurt less than I'd expected. Or maybe I'd just gotten used to the ache, learned to live with it the way you live with an old injury that flares up when it rains but doesn't stop you from walking. Then, in September, 9 months after that Christmas dinner, I got a package in the mail. No return address, but I recognized my mother's handwriting on the label. Inside was a photo album. Old, leather-bound, the kind you don't see much anymore. And a note. Marcus, I've been going through old things, trying to understand where we went wrong. I found these and thought you should have them. We were proud of you once. I'm sorry we forgot how. Mom. I opened the album slowly. The first photo was me at 6 years old, holding a toy toolkit I'd gotten for Christmas, grinning so wide my whole face was crinkled with joy. My father was kneeling next to me, showing me how to hold the toy hammer properly, and he was smiling too. The second was me at 10, standing next to the tree house we'd built together in the backyard. It had taken us all summer, and it was crooked and probably unsafe, but I'd loved it. In the photo, I was pointing proudly at the hand-painted sign that said Marcus's Ford in wobbly letters. There were dozens more. Me at my 8th grade science fair, holding a trophy. Me at my high school graduation, in a too-big suit. Me on my first day of the apprenticeship program, standing next to my mentor with nervous excitement written all over my face. And in almost every photo, someone was standing next to me, smiling. My father. My mother. Even Claire in a few, looking at her big brother with something that might have been admiration before she learned to be embarrassed instead. The last photo was different. Recent. Me and Rachel at last Christmas, sitting at my parents' dining room table. Someone had caught us in a moment when we thought no one was looking, Rachel leaning into me, my arm around her shoulders, both of us laughing at something. And we looked happy. Genuinely, fully happy. On the back of that photo, in my mother's handwriting, "This is what pride looks like. I'm sorry it took me so long to see it." I sat there on my office floor, surrounded by pictures of a childhood I'd half forgotten, evidence that I'd once been someone they celebrated instead of someone they tolerated. And I cried. Not sad tears exactly, but something more complicated. Grief for the time we'd lost, anger at the years of dismissiveness, but also maybe, just maybe, a tiny seed of hope that things could still change. I didn't call her right away. I wasn't ready for that yet. But I put the album on my desk where I could see it. And when my mother called the next week, asking if I'd gotten her package, I answered. Story 2.
My husband packed a single suitcase and walked out on me and our 3 young daughters, saying he needed to reclaim his masculinity with an alpha male group that had opened his eyes to female manipulation. When I begged him to think about our girls, he laughed and said, "They'll be better off without a weak father figure." I watched him drive away without looking back. That was 4 years ago. Yesterday, he showed up on our doorstep with flowers and tears. The suitcase was navy blue with a broken wheel. I remember that stupid detail because it made this scraping sound across our hardwood floor, like nails on a chalkboard, and I thought, this is the soundtrack to my life ending. Marcus didn't even pack much. 3 shirts. Some underwear. His electric razor. Like he was going on a business trip, not blowing up his entire family. Our oldest, Emma, was 7 then. She stood at the top of the stairs in her unicorn pajamas, holding her little sister Lily's hand. Lily was 4. Our youngest, Sophie, was barely 2, still in diapers, still calling him Dada in that heartbreaking toddler way. Emma knew something was wrong. Kids always know. "Where's Daddy going?" she asked. I couldn't answer. My throat had closed up completely. Marcus looked up at her, and for just a second, I saw something flicker across his face. Doubt, maybe. Or guilt. But then he squared his shoulders, literally puffed out his chest like he was performing for an invisible audience, and said, "Daddy's going to become the man he was always meant to be." Emma's face crumpled. She didn't understand. How could she? I barely understood, and I'd watched him transform over the past 6 months from the man I married into this stranger who spoke in weird acronyms and podcast talking points. It started with YouTube videos. Innocent enough at first. Self-improvement stuff. Goal setting. Fitness tips. Then the algorithm did what algorithms do best and dragged him down a rabbit hole lined with angry men in expensive suits talking about dominance hierarchies and how modern women had destroyed masculinity. He started using phrases like high-value male and maintaining frame. He'd lecture me about my fitness tests when I asked him to help with bath time. The group he mentioned, Alpha Ascension, they called themselves, they were the final push off the cliff. He found them through some online forum. They had a compound upstate, of all things. A compound. Like they were preparing for the end times or running some kind of cult. Which, honestly, wasn't far off. Marcus had been a good father before all this. Not perfect, but present. He'd do the silly voices during bedtime stories. He'd let the girls paint his toenails glittery pink. He'd been a high school English teacher, for crying out loud. He loved poetry. He cried during Pixar movies. And then something inside him broke, or twisted, or got poisoned by all those voices telling him that sensitivity was weakness, and that he'd been emasculated by marriage and fatherhood. The night before he left, we had the worst fight of our marriage. He told me I'd trapped him. That I'd used the girls as leverage to keep him weak independent. I remember staring at him like he'd started speaking a foreign language. This was the man who'd proposed to me at a bookstore, who'd held my hand through 3 labors, who'd once told me that being a father was the proudest thing he'd ever been. "What happened to you?" I whispered. He smirked. Actually smirked. I woke up. The next morning, the suitcase appeared. That awful scraping sound. The girls crying. And then silence after his car disappeared around the corner. That silence was worse than anything. I won't lie and say I handled it well at first. I didn't. I spent the first week in a fog, barely functioning, while my mother moved in to help with the girls. Emma stopped sleeping through the night. Lily started having accidents again. Sophie would toddle around the house calling Dada? Dada? And every time felt like a knife between my ribs. The divorce papers came 3 weeks later. He didn't ask for custody. Didn't even ask for visitation. Just wanted a clean break, he said through his lawyer. Child support payments arrived like clockwork though, I'll give him that. Probably the group told him it was the only acceptable thing to do, the one concession to avoid legal trouble. I had to become someone new after that. Someone harder. Someone who could look her daughters in the face and explain that Daddy wasn't coming back, that it wasn't their fault, that they were loved and perfect and enough. I had to be both parents. I had to learn how to fix the garbage disposal and kill spiders and do scary voices and gentle voices and everything in between. My mother helped for the first year, but she was dealing with her own health issues. I was on my own. I worked as a paralegal at a small firm, and my boss, Patricia, was understanding but only to a point. Single mother trying to raise 3 kids on one income in this economy? I became intimately familiar with the word budget. Birthday parties became homemade cakes and backyard games instead of bounce house rentals. Christmas meant more handmade gifts and fewer electronics. But we survived. More than survived, actually. The girls and I, we built something together. A little fortress against the world. Emma started therapy and slowly began sleeping again. Lily's accident stopped. Sophie eventually stopped asking for Dada, though that hurt in a different way, like watching her forget him was both a relief and a tragedy. I dated a little, here and there. Nothing serious. There was Derek, who worked in IT and was perfectly nice but had zero chemistry with the girls. There was Amanda from the coffee shop, who I saw for a few months until I realized I was just lonely, not actually attracted to her. Mostly though, I focused on being mom. On being enough. The girls thrived despite everything. Emma discovered she loved soccer and had a wicked competitive streak. Lily turned out to be a natural artist, always drawing elaborate fantasy worlds. Sophie grew into this fearless little firecracker who climbed everything and feared nothing. They were my whole world. I thought about Marcus sometimes, especially late at night when the house was quiet. Wondered where he was. If he ever thought about us. If he regretted it. Part of me hoped he did. Part of me hoped he was miserable. But mostly, as time passed, I just hoped I'd never see him again. That chapter was closed. The wound had scarred over. We've moved on. 4 years. 4 entire years of birthdays and Christmases and first days of school and lost teeth and skinned knees and nightmares and laughter. 4 years of slowly rebuilding myself into someone I actually liked. Someone strong. Someone who didn't need him. And then yesterday happened. It was a Saturday morning. The girls were in the living room watching cartoons, still in their pajamas. I was making pancakes, my weekend tradition. The kitchen smelled like butter and vanilla, and Sophie was singing along to the TV theme song off-key, and everything was normal and good in ours. The doorbell rang. I wasn't expecting anyone. My mother usually called first. Our neighbors just knocked. I wiped my hands on a dish towel and walked to the front door, probably thinking it was a delivery or maybe one of Emma's friends dropping by. I opened the door and my heart stopped. Marcus stood on our porch holding a bouquet of pink roses and crying. Actually crying. Tears running down his face. His hair was longer than I remembered, threaded with more gray. He'd lost weight. His clothes hung off him, jeans and a flannel shirt that looked like it had been slept in. The confident, chest-puffed man who'd walked away with that scraping suitcase was gone. In his place was someone who looked broken. "Rachel," he said, voice cracking. "Please. I need to talk to you." I should have slammed the door. That's what I tell myself now. I should have protected my space, my girls, our hard-won peace. But shock held me frozen. My brain couldn't compute what my eyes were seeing. This felt like a hallucination. Like if I blinked, he'd disappear. "You can't be here," I finally managed. I know I have no right. But please, just 5 minutes. Let me explain." Behind me, I heard the TV pause. Heard small feet padding closer. My stomach dropped. "Mommy, who is it?" Lily's voice. I turned slightly, keeping my body blocking the doorway. All 3 girls stood in the hallway now, curious, innocent. Emma's eyes went wide. She was 11 now, old enough to remember clearly. Old enough to recognize him. "Is that?" she started. Marcus peered around me, and his face crumpled even more. "Oh my gosh. Look at you all. You're so big. You're so." "Go to your rooms," I said sharply to the girls. "Now." "But, now, Emma. Take your sisters. Please." Something in my tone got through. Emma, bless her, grabbed Lily and Sophie's hands and pulled them back down the hallway. I heard the soft click of her bedroom door closing. I stepped outside and shut the door behind me, putting a barrier between him and them. My heart was racing. My hands were shaking. 4 years of carefully constructed calm threatening to shatter. "You have 3 minutes," I said coldly. "Talk." Marcus clutched the roses like a lifeline. I was wrong. About everything. The group, the ideology, walking away from you and the girls. It was all wrong. I've been living in misery, Rachel. Pure misery. That place, those men, it wasn't freedom. It was a prison. They took everything from me. My money, my self-respect, my family. "You gave us up," I hissed. "Nobody took anything. You chose to leave." I was brainwashed. I see that now. They prey on men who are vulnerable, who are searching for meaning, and they twist everything. They told me I'd feel powerful. Instead, I just felt empty. Every single day, I thought about you 3. About the girls. About what I threw away. "And it took you 4 years to figure this out?" He winced. I was ashamed. and scared. And I kept telling myself you'd all moved on, that you were better off without me. But I can't take it anymore, Rachel. I miss my family. I miss my daughters. I miss us. The roses were wilting slightly in his grip. I noticed his hands were rough, calloused in new ways. There was a scar on his left thumb I didn't recognize. What do you want? I asked flatly. Another chance. I want to be their father again. I want to be your husband. A bitter laugh escaped me before I could stop it. My husband? Marcus, we're divorced. You made sure of that. You walked away. You chose whatever toxic fantasy those men sold you over your own children. I know. I know. But people can change, can't they? I've been in therapy. Real therapy, not that alpha male nonsense. I've been working on myself. I'm not that person anymore. How convenient, I said. You've changed. You've seen the light. And now you want back into the life you destroyed because what, your little adventure didn't work out? It's not like that. Then what is it like? Explain it to me. Make me understand why I should let you anywhere near those girls after what you did to them. His face twisted with pain. Emma won't even look at me. Did you see? She grabbed her sisters and ran. I did that. I turned my daughter against me. That's on me, and I have to live with it. But Rachel, please. I'm begging you. Let me try to make it right. Let me show them I'm sorry. Let me prove I can be the father they deserve. You can't just show up with flowers and tears and expect everything to be forgiven, I said, but my voice was shaking now too. Because part of me, a small, traitorous part, remembered the man he used to be. The one who read poetry and cried at movies. The one I'd loved. That should have been the first red flag right there. That tiny crack in my armor. I don't expect forgiveness, Marcus said quickly. I just want a chance. Supervised visits. I'll do whatever you want. I'll prove myself. I'll show you I've changed. The girls are happy, I said. We've built a good life. They don't need you coming in and disrupting everything. Don't they have a right to know their father? To decide for themselves? Low blow. He knew it. I saw it in his eyes. The calculation beneath the tears. You don't get to use their rights against me, I said. Not after you signed them away. I never wanted to. The group told me. I don't care what the group told you. My voice rose despite my best efforts. You were a grown man. You made a choice. You chose whatever those men offered over your children. Over me. Over everything we built together. And I regret it every single day. We stood there in tense silence. A car drove past. Somewhere down the street, someone was mowing their lawn. Normal Saturday sounds. Normal life continuing while mine threatened to implode again. I need time, I finally said. I need to think about this. And I need to talk to the girls. Hope flickered across his face. Really? You'll consider it? I didn't say that. I said I need time. This is. You can't just show up after 4 years and expect me to make a decision on the spot. Of course. Of course. I understand. He fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper. This is my number. New phone. I'm staying at a motel about 20 minutes from here. The Sunrise Inn. Please, Rachel. When you're ready to talk, just call. Anytime. Day or night. I took the paper without looking at it. You need to leave now. Okay. Yes. I'm going. He held out the roses. These are for you. Your favorite. I remembered. I didn't take them. After an awkward moment, he set them on the porch railing and backed away. He looked like he wanted to say more, but something in my expression stopped him. He turned and walked to a beat-up sedan I didn't recognize, climbed in, and drove away. For the second time, I watched Marcus leave. This time felt different though. This time, he looked back. I stood there for a long moment, staring at the roses. Pink, slightly wilted, probably from a grocery store. A cheap gesture for an enormous ask. My hands were still shaking. I felt like I might throw up. Finally, I went back inside. The girls were clustered in Emma's doorway, waiting. 3 pairs of eyes watching me, trying to read my face for clues about what this meant for their world. Was that Dad? Emma asked quietly. No point lying. Yes. What did he want? I sank down to sit on the hallway floor, suddenly exhausted. The girls came closer, Sophie climbing into my lap, Lily pressing against my side, Emma sitting across from me with her arms wrapped around her knees. He says he made a mistake, I told them. He says he's sorry and he wants to see you. I don't want to see him, Emma said immediately. He left us. I know, sweetie. Who's dad? Sophie asked. She was 6 now. She barely remembered him. That broke something in me all over again. The man at the door, Lily explained gently to her little sister. Our dad? From before. Oh. Sophie thought about this. Is he coming back? The million-dollar question. I looked at my girls, my fierce, resilient, beautiful girls who'd survived and thrived despite losing him. Who'd built a life that didn't include him. And I thought about Marcus on the porch, broken and begging, holding grocery store roses like they could fix 4 years of abandonment. I don't know yet, I admitted. I need to think about it. We all need to think about it. But whatever we decide together, okay? This is our family. Our choice. Emma nodded slowly. Lily leaned her head against my shoulder. Sophie played with my hair, already distracted by something else. We sat there in the hallway for a while, the 4 of us, holding on to each other while the world tilted sideways around us. The rest of that Saturday passed in a fog. I burned the pancakes and had to start over. The girls were quieter than usual, processing. I caught Emma Googling what to do when an absent parent comes back on her tablet. My heart ached. That night, after I got them all to bed, I sat at the kitchen table with Marcus's phone number and a glass of wine I probably shouldn't have opened. My phone sat in front of me like a dare. Part of me wanted to call him right then and tell him to forget it. To stay gone. To stop disrupting the peace we'd fought so hard for. But another part of me kept thinking about Sophie asking who's dad? And the way Emma's face had closed off when she saw him. These girls deserved better than a father-shaped hole in their lives, didn't they? Even if filling it was risky? I didn't call that night. Or the next day. I needed to talk to someone first. Monday morning, I scheduled an emergency session with Dr. Morrison, the therapist Emma and I had both seen on and off over the years. She had a cancellation that afternoon, so I took it, leaving work early and driving to her office in a daze. Dr. Morrison was a small woman in her 60s with steel gray hair and the kind eyes that made you want to spill all your secrets. I cried in her office more times than I could count during those first horrible months after Marcus left. He's back, I said as soon as I sat down. He showed up at my house. Her eyebrows rose slightly. Marcus. With flowers. And tears. Saying he's changed and wants another chance with the girls. How do you feel about that? I laughed humorlessly. How do I feel? I feel like I'm being asked to let a bomb back into my house. A bomb that already exploded once and nearly destroyed us. That's a very normal reaction, she said calmly. Tell me what happened. I walked her through the whole encounter. His appearance, his words, his tears, the way the girls reacted. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment, considering. What do you want, Rachel? Not what's best for the girls, not what Marcus wants. What do you want? The question caught me off guard. I don't know. Part of me never wants to see him again. Part of me wants to give him a chance just so the girls can have their father. Part of me is terrified he'll hurt them again. All of those feelings can coexist, Dr. Morrison said. They're not mutually exclusive. But here's what I want you to think about. You've spent 4 years building stability for yourself and your daughters. Any decision you make needs to protect that stability first and foremost. So you think I should say no? I think you should be very, very careful. If Marcus has genuinely changed, if he's done real work on himself, then supervised visits might be appropriate eventually. But you need proof, Rachel. Not just words. Not just tears. Actual, sustained evidence of change. And you need to move slowly. The girl's well-being comes first. He gave me his number. Asked me to call when I'm ready. Are you ready? Was I? I didn't know. But sitting there in Dr. Morrison's office, I realized I needed answers before I could make any decision. Needed to understand what had happened to him in those 4 years. Needed to see if this remorse was genuine or if he'd just had another crisis and decided his family was the solution. I think I need to talk to him, I said slowly. Without the girls. Just me and him. I need to hear the whole story. Dr. Morrison nodded. That seems reasonable. But Rachel? Meet him in a public place. Keep your guard up. And don't make any promises. I called him that night from my car after the girls were asleep, my mother keeping watch inside the house. He answered on the first ring. Rachel, we need to talk, I said. Face to face. Just us. Tomorrow, 2 o'clock, at the Coffee Bean on Maple Street. 1 hour. That's it. Yes. Thank you. I'll be there. Don't thank me yet, I said and hung up. I barely slept that night. My mind kept spinning through possibilities, through memories, through the ghost of the man I used to love and the stranger he'd become and this new person claiming to be reformed. Tuesday afternoon arrived too quickly. I took a late lunch break from work and drove to the Coffee Bean, a busy cafe in the center of town. Public. Safe. Plenty of witnesses if things went wrong. Marcus was already there, sitting at a corner table, holding a cup of coffee he didn't seem to be drinking. He looked worse than he had on Saturday, if that was possible. Like he hadn't slept either. I got myself a latte for something to do with my hands and sat down across from him. "Thank you for coming," he said quietly. "I'm here to listen," I said. "That's all. Tell me everything. What happened after you left? Where have you been? What changed?" He took a shaky breath. Okay. The truth is, it's ugly, Rachel. I'm ashamed of most of it. I didn't come here for the sanitized version." He nodded and began to talk. The compound upstate turned out to be exactly as bad as it sounded. Alpha Ascension wasn't just a self-help group, it was a full-blown cult designed to separate men from their families and their money. They preached independence and strength while systematically isolating members and extracting every dollar they had. Marcus had been required to turn over his entire paycheck. In return, he got a bunk in a shared room and 3 meals a day. The training involved physical labor disguised as masculine reclamation, building projects, martial arts, survival skills, mixed with hours of lectures about how women in society had emasculated them. "They love divorced guys," Marcus said bitterly. "Especially ones paying child support. They tell us we were being exploited, that we've been trapped, that cutting off our families was the first step to real freedom. And I believed them. I actually believed them." He'd worked construction jobs they arranged, with most of his pay going directly to the compound. He'd been told this was temporary, that once he reached a certain level of awakening, he'd be given leadership roles, real responsibility, a path to prosperity. It was all lies, he said. The leaders lived in actual houses while the rest of us were crammed into barracks. They drove new cars. They traveled. And we just worked. Like servants. "How did you get out?" I asked. "I got injured," he said, pulling up his left sleeve to reveal an ugly scar running down his forearm. "Construction accident. Compound wouldn't take me to a hospital, said it would show weakness. I nearly lost the arm to infection. That's when I finally started questioning things." He'd snuck out one night, hitchhiked to a hospital, and never went back. The doctors had been horrified by the state of his injury and called social services. There'd been an investigation. Turned out Alpha Ascension was under scrutiny for financial fraud, labor violations, and potential trafficking. "I had nothing," Marcus said. "No money. No home. No family. I'd thrown it all away for a lie. I lived in a shelter for 3 months while I got back on my feet. Started therapy. Got a job at a warehouse. Spent every night thinking about you and the girls and what I'd done." "Why now?" I asked. "Why show up after 4 years?" "Because I finally felt like maybe I deserved to try. Like maybe I'd done enough work on myself to at least ask for forgiveness, even if I don't get it. I know I have no right to your lives anymore, Rachel. But I had to try. I had to tell you I'm sorry. I had to see them, even if it was just once." I studied his face. The Marcus I'd married had been smooth, confident, always had the right words. This man looked raw and uncertain. Broken open. "I don't trust you," I said bluntly. "I don't trust that this isn't just another phase, another identity you're trying on until something else comes along." "I understand. And even if I believe you've changed, there's no guarantee the girls want anything to do with you. Emma remembers everything. She's protective of her sisters. She might never forgive you. I know. So what exactly are you asking for?" He leaned forward slightly. "A chance to prove myself. Supervised visits, like I said. Once a week, maybe. Somewhere public. I won't push. I won't demand anything. I just want them to know I'm here and I'm sorry and I love them. That's all." I sipped my latte. It had gone lukewarm. I need to talk to them first. And if any of them say no, that's final. I won't force them. "Of course. And you don't get to walk back into our lives like nothing happened. You're not moving back in. You're not playing happy family. You're an absent father trying to earn back visiting rights. That's it. He nodded quickly. Whatever you want. Whatever they need. I'll call you in a few days with an answer. I stood up to leave, but his voice stopped me. Rachel? I know this doesn't change anything, but I'm proud of you. What you've done with the girls, by yourself. They're incredible. You're incredible. I don't deserve any of you, but I'm grateful you're even considering this. Something twisted in my chest. Not forgiveness? Not yet. But maybe the smallest crack in the wall I'd built around my heart. Don't make me regret this, I said and walked out. That night, I gathered all 3 girls into the living room. This time, we needed a real conversation. Emma sat on the couch, arms crossed defensively. Lily perched on the arm of the chair, nervous. Sophie sprawled on the floor with her dolls, half listening. Your dad wants to see you, I told them. He's asked if he can visit sometimes. But this is your choice. All of you. I need to know how you feel about it. I don't want to, Emma said immediately. He doesn't get to just come back. I know you're angry, sweetheart. You have every right to be. He left us, Mom. He said we were better off without him. And now what? He changed his mind? What happens when he changes it again? Those are all valid concerns, I said carefully. And I've thought about them too. But I also think, maybe you deserve the chance to tell him how you feel. To hear his apology directly. Not for him. For you. Emma's jaw worked. I could see her wrestling with it. Lily spoke up quietly. Would we have to live with him? No, baby. No. He'd visit. Maybe once a week. For a few hours. Somewhere you feel safe. And I'd be there the whole time. Would he yell? My heart broke a little. No. And if he did, we'd leave immediately. But I don't think he will. He seems different. Different how? Emma challenged. Sad, I admitted. Sorry. Broken, honestly. I think he's finally realized what he lost. Sophie looked up from her dolls. Can I show him my drawings? Such innocence. She didn't carry the same hurt as her sisters. She'd been too young to remember much. If you want to see him, yes, I said. You can show him whatever you want. I want to, Sophie said simply and went back to playing. Lily looked torn. I don't know. Maybe? Can I think about it? Of course you can. All eyes turned to Emma. She was the oldest. The one who remembered most. Her decision would influence her sisters, and we all knew it. I want to say no, she said slowly. I want to tell him to go away and never come back. But I think Mom's right. I think I need to tell him myself how much he hurt us. I need him to know. I nodded. Okay. Then here's what we'll do. I'll arrange a visit. Just one to start. At the park, somewhere public. For 1 hour. And if any of you change your minds, even at the last second, we don't go. No pressure. No guilt. Okay? Okay, Emma said. Okay, Lily echoed. Sophie was already distracted again. I called Marcus the next day and told him Saturday morning, 10 o'clock, the playground at Riverside Park. 1 hour. He sounded like he might cry again. Saturday arrived cold and cloudy. The girls were all nervous, even Sophie, picking up on her sister's tension. I dressed them in their favorite clothes, armor against vulnerability. Emma wore her soccer hoodie. Lily had her art smock with paint stains she refused to wash out. Sophie insisted on her tutu with rain boots. We drove to the park in silence. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror at their faces. Emma staring out the window, jaw set. Lily chewing her thumbnail. Sophie humming to herself. Marcus was already there, standing by the swings. He dressed up, button-down shirt, nice jeans. His hair was combed. He looked terrified. When he saw us approaching, his face did something complicated. Joy and grief all mixed together. Hi, he said softly. Hi, Sophie said back cheerfully and ran toward the swings. Emma and Lily hung back near me. I could feel Emma practically vibrating with tension. Thank you for coming, Marcus said. All of you. Nobody answered. An awkward silence stretched out. Finally, I nudged Emma gently. You wanted to talk to him? Emma stepped forward, hands balled into fists. I'm only here because Mom said we should give you a chance. But I remember what you said. That we'd be better off without you. That you needed to leave to be a real man. Marcus flinched like she'd slapped him. I know. Emma, I'm not done, she cut him off. You missed everything. You missed Lily's art show where she won first place. You missed Sophie learning to ride a bike. You missed my championship game. You missed Mom crying in the bathroom thinking we couldn't hear. You missed all of it because you decided some stupid group was more important than us. Tears were streaming down his face now. You're right. You're absolutely right. Do you know how hard Mom worked? Emma continued, voice rising. She did everything. She never missed a game or a recital or a parent-teacher conference. She worked all day and took care of us all night. She was Mom and Dad both. And she did it alone because you left. I know. I'm so sorry, Emma. I'm so sorry doesn't fix it. Emma's voice cracked. Sorry doesn't give us back those 4 years. Sorry doesn't make you not a coward who ran away. I put my hand on Emma's shoulder. She was shaking. Lily had started crying too. Marcus dropped to his knees in front of them. You're right. I was a coward. I was weak and stupid and brainwashed, and I threw away everything that mattered. I don't expect you to forgive me. I don't deserve forgiveness. But please, please believe me when I say I love you. I never stopped loving you. I got lost. And I'm trying to find my way back. Emma wiped her eyes roughly. I don't know if I can believe you. That's okay. That's fair. Lily spoke up quietly. Did you ever think about us? When you were gone? Every single day, Marcus said, looking at her. Every single day I thought about you and hated myself for leaving. Then why didn't you come back sooner? Because I was ashamed. And scared. And I thought you'd be happier without me. But I was wrong about that too. Sophie had stopped swinging and was watching now, sensing the heavy emotion even if she didn't fully understand it. Can we just try today? Marcus asked. Just today. We can swing and play and I can try to show you I'm different. And if you hate it, if you never want to see me again, I'll understand. But please. Give me today. Emma looked at me. I nodded slightly. Her choice. She turned back to Marcus. 1 hour. Like Mom said. And if you say anything mean or weird, we leave. Deal, he said quickly. What followed was perhaps the strangest, most painful hour of my life. I sat on a bench while Marcus pushed Sophie on the swings, carefully, gently. She giggled and demanded he push higher, and he did, but not too high. Safe. Cautious. Lily eventually drifted over and showed him a sketch she'd brought in her backpack. A drawing of a fantasy castle. He studied it carefully and asked her questions about the different towers and the dragon in the corner. His old teacher instincts coming back. Emma stayed near me at first, but eventually walked over to the group. She didn't talk to Marcus much, but she didn't leave either. That felt significant. I watched this man I'd once loved try to reconnect with the daughters he'd abandoned. Part of me wanted to grab the girls and run. Part of me wanted to see him suffer more. But mostly, I just felt sad. Sad for what we'd lost. Sad for what we'd become. The hour ended. I called the girls over, and we walked back to the car. Marcus stood alone by the swings, looking small and lost. Same time next week? He called out hopefully. I looked at the girls. Emma shrugged, which was better than a no. Lily nodded slightly. Sophie was already asking if we could get ice cream. We'll see, I said. We did see him the next week. And the week after that. Slowly, carefully, something started to build. Not trust, not yet. But maybe the foundation for it. Emma started asking him questions during the visits. Hard questions about where he'd been, what he'd been thinking, why he'd believed those men. He answered honestly, even when it made him look bad. Especially when it made him look bad. Lily showed him more drawings. He started bringing sketchbooks for her, good ones from the art store. Small gifts that showed he was paying attention. Sophie just treated him like a new friend who pushed her on swings and played tag. Her easy acceptance seemed to hurt him more than Emma's anger. After 6 weeks, Emma surprised me. I think Dad can come to my game on Saturday, she said one night at dinner. If he wants to. Are you sure? I asked. I'm not saying I forgive him. But I'm tired of being angry all the time. And he's been showing up. That has to count for something, right? So Marcus came to the game. He sat in the stands, away from the other parents, trying not to intrude. But when Emma scored the winning goal, he stood up and cheered louder than anyone. And Emma, my fierce, hurt, protective girl, She looked at him and smiled. Just a little. Just for a second. 3 months into visits, I invited him to have coffee with me. Just the two of us, after he'd spent time with the girls at the park. They're doing well, I said. Emma's guard is coming down. Lily talks about you at home now. Sophie thinks you're great. They're incredible kids, Marcus said. You did an amazing job with them. We did an amazing job, I corrected carefully. Before. When you were present. I can't take all the credit for who they were when you left. He nodded. I want to increase visits. If that's okay. Maybe twice a week. And I was thinking. Maybe sometimes without you there? If Emma's comfortable with that? Every protective instinct I had screamed no. But I forced myself to think rationally. The girls needed to build a relationship with their father separate from me. They needed to see if he'd still show up when I wasn't watching. Let me talk to them, I said. Emma surprised me again by saying yes. But just at the park. Not at his motel. And only during daytime. Fair conditions. Marcus agreed immediately. The first visit without me, I sat in my car in the parking lot like a stalker, watching from a distance. Ready to intervene if needed. But it went fine. Marcus pushed Sophie on swings. Helped Lily climb the big slide. Kicked a soccer ball with Emma. Normal dad stuff. I started to think maybe, just maybe, this could work. That maybe people really could change. That maybe we could build some kind of unconventional family dynamic where the girls had both parents, even if those parents weren't together. Then month 4 happened. I got a call from an unknown number on a Tuesday evening. The girls were doing homework. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. Is this Rachel Martinez? A woman's voice. Professional. Cold. Yes? This is Detective Sarah Chen with the State Police. I'm calling about Marcus Martinez. Are you his ex-wife? My blood went cold. Yes. What happened? Is he okay? He's fine, physically. But I need to ask you some questions about his recent behavior and whereabouts. I don't understand. Mrs. Martinez, are you aware that your ex-husband was part of a group called Alpha Ascension? Yes, he told me about it. He left that group. That's why he came back. Did he tell you that Alpha Ascension is currently under federal investigation for fraud, conspiracy, and human trafficking? He mentioned an investigation, yes. Did he mention that several members, including leadership, have been arrested? No. He just said it was being looked into. There was a pause. Mrs. Martinez, we have reason to believe your ex-husband may still be involved with Alpha Ascension in some capacity. We've been monitoring financial transactions and communications, and his name has appeared multiple times in recent weeks. The world tilted. That's impossible. He's been seeing our daughters. He's been in therapy. He said he was done with them. Can you tell me when he started reconnecting with you and your children? I did the math. 4 months ago. And when did the investigation become public knowledge? I don't know. I didn't follow it. 5 months ago. Right before key members started disappearing or establishing alibis through family reconciliation. No. No, this couldn't be happening. Not again. Mrs. Martinez, I need to ask you directly, has Marcus asked you for money? Asked to stay at your home? Tried to access any of your accounts or documents? No. Nothing like that. He's just been seeing the girls. Has he asked detailed questions about your work? Your schedule? Your resources? I thought back through our conversations. He'd ask where I work now. What hours? If I was still at the same law firm. I thought he was just making conversation, showing interest in my life. Oh gosh, I whispered. Mrs. Martinez, I need you to listen carefully. We don't have enough to arrest him yet, but we believe Alpha Ascension is planning something significant. Several men who claim to lead the group are now suspected of working as informants or recruiters, rebuilding their family connections to establish cover identities and access resources. We need you to be very careful. The girls, I said. He's been alone with the girls. Have they mentioned him asking them questions? About you, your home, your finances? I tried to remember. Had they mentioned anything odd? But they were kids. They'd been so focused on rebuilding a relationship with their father, they wouldn't notice if he was fishing for information. I need to go, I said. I need to check on them. Wait. Don't confront him. Don't let him know we talked. If he is working with a group, confronting him could be dangerous. We need you to act normal, continue the visits, and report anything suspicious. Can you do that? You want me to use my daughters as bait? We want to protect them. And you. The best way to do that is to monitor the situation while we gather evidence. If you cut off contact suddenly, you could spook him or the group. They might escalate. I hung up. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped the phone. Emma appeared in the doorway. Mom? You okay? You look sick. I'm fine, I lied automatically. How's homework? Fine. Dad texted me, by the way. Asked if we wanted to go to the zoo on Saturday. Can we? I stared at my daughter, my protective, fierce girl, and realized I had no idea what to do. That night, after the girls were asleep, I tore through everything Marcus had ever touched in our house. The few small gifts he brought for the girls. The coffee cup he'd used. I was looking for. What? A wire? A tracking device? Evidence that he was still part of the cult? I found nothing. Which proved nothing. I called Dr. Morrison's emergency line. He's been playing me, I said as soon as she answered. The whole time. It was all a performance. I told her about the detective's call. About the suspicions. About the timing that was just too convenient. Rachel, breathe. You don't know anything for certain yet. The detective said they suspect. That's different from proof. Marcus could be genuine. The timing could be coincidental. Or I could be putting my daughters in danger again. What if he's been gathering information? What if the whole point is to use us somehow? Then you'll handle it. Like you handled everything else. But until you have real evidence, you need to be strategic. Don't make decisions based on fear. But fear was all I had. Fear that I'd been fooled. Fear that I'd let the enemy back into our fortress. Fear that wanting to believe in redemption had made me stupid. The zoo trip happened on Saturday. I insisted on going too, overriding Emma's protests that they'd be fine alone with their dad. I watched Marcus like a hawk, analyzing every word, every gesture. Looking for the con. He seemed normal. Attentive with the girls. Patient when Sophie wanted to see every single animal twice. Enthusiastic about Lily's animal facts. Gentle when Emma challenged him on something he'd said. But I kept hearing the detective's voice. Establishing cover identities. Access to resources. After the zoo, after I dropped the girls back home with my mother watching them, I did something possibly stupid. I followed Marcus. He drove to his motel, like he'd said he would. Room 14, ground floor. I parked down the street and watched. He went inside. Lights went on. 20 minutes passed. Nothing. I was about to leave when a car pulled up. New model SUV, tinted windows. My stomach dropped. 2 men got out. They were dressed well, expensive clothes. They looked around carefully before knocking on Marcus's door. He let them in immediately. I grabbed my phone and took pictures. Then I called Detective Chen. I'm sending you photos, I said. Marcus just had visitors. Where are you? Outside his motel. I followed him. Mrs. Martinez, I specifically told you not to. Are these men part of Alpha Ascension? A pause while she looked at the photos I'd sent. Yes. That's David Reeves and James Kimball. 2 of the leaders we've been tracking. Mrs. Martinez, you need to leave. Now. If they see you. What are they doing with Marcus? We don't know. But this confirms he's still in contact with them. You need to get somewhere safe and call me back. I drove home too fast, hands gripping the wheel. My mother met me at the door, alarmed by my expression. What happened? I need you to pack a bag, I said. For you and the girls. We're leaving for a few days. Rachel, what's going on? I told her everything while we packed. The investigation. The detective's call. What I just witnessed. Her face went pale. That man has been around my granddaughters, she said, voice tight with fury. I know, and it's my fault. I wanted to believe. We don't have time for guilt. We have time for action. Where are we going? My friend Kate's place. 2 hours away. I'll call the detective from there. Waking the girls was hard. They were confused and scared by the sudden urgency. I tried to keep my voice calm while telling them we were taking a surprise trip to see Aunt Kate. They knew something was wrong but thankfully didn't push. We were in the car within 30 minutes. I kept checking my rearview mirror, paranoid we were being followed. We weren't. Kate lived in a small town upstate, far from Alpha Ascension's compound, far from Marcus. She welcomed us without questions, setting up the girls in her guest room while my mother and I filled her in downstairs. I called Detective Chen. "We're somewhere safe. Now tell me everything." She explained what they knew. Alpha Ascension had been running a sophisticated operation, recruiting vulnerable men, isolating them, extracting their money and labor. But that was just the foundation. They'd branched into identity theft, financial fraud, and using members' family connections to access information for larger schemes. "We believe they're planning to target family courts and child services systems," Detective Chen said. "Using men with legitimate custody claims to infiltrate the system, gather information, and potentially compromise cases for profit. Marcus's reconciliation with you and your daughters would give him perfect cover. He's a father working on rebuilding his relationship. No one would suspect he's gathering intelligence." "Intelligence for what?" "We're not sure yet. But several members have ex-wives who work in legal fields, child services, or law enforcement. The pattern is clear." "I worked at a law firm that handled family law cases. They wanted access to my firm's files," I said slowly. "That's what this was about." "Possibly. Did Marcus ever ask about your work computer? Your files? Case information?" I thought back. He'd asked if I worked from home sometimes. If the firm was still in the same building. Casual questions. Building a map. "Yes," I whispered. He did. "Mrs. Martinez, I need you to stay where you are. Don't contact Marcus. Don't tell anyone where you're staying. We're going to move on the group soon, but until we do, you and your daughters could be at risk." After we hung up, I sat in Kate's living room and let myself break down. Just for a few minutes. Then I pulled myself together because my girls needed me functional. Emma found me on the couch at midnight, both of us unable to sleep. "It's Dad, isn't it?" she said quietly. "That's why we left. No point lying anymore." "Yes, sweetheart. I'm so sorry. I thought he changed, but," I knew, she interrupted. I hoped he changed. But I knew deep down he was still lying. You can always tell when someone's performing. "Why didn't you say anything?" She shrugged. "Because Lily was happy. Sophie didn't know any better. And you? You wanted to believe in him so badly, Mom. I didn't want to ruin that for you." My 11-year-old daughter had been protecting me. I pulled her into a fierce hug. "I should have protected you better," I said. "That's my job." "You did protect us. We're safe. That's what matters." We stayed at Kate's for 3 days. On the 4th day, Detective Chen called. "We moved in this morning. Raided the compound and several associated properties. Made 17 arrests, including David Reeves, James Kimball, and Marcus Martinez." I should have felt relief. Instead, I felt numb. "What happens now?" "There will be a trial. You'll likely be called as a witness since you were in recent contact with Marcus. The girls won't have to testify. We have enough evidence without involving them." "What will he be charged with?" "Conspiracy to commit fraud, identity theft, attempted computer crimes, and conspiracy to interfere with judicial proceedings. He's looking at 15 to 20 years minimum." After I hung up, I told my mother first. Then I gathered all 3 girls and explained, age-appropriately, that their father had done something wrong and wouldn't be coming around anymore. Sophie didn't understand. Lily cried quietly. Emma just nodded like she'd expected this all along. "Are we in trouble?" Sophie asked. "No, baby. None of this is your fault. We're safe now." "I hate him," Emma said flatly. "I hate him for doing this again." "I know. Me too." We stayed at Kate's for another week before heading home. When we finally walked back into our house, it felt both familiar and violated. Marcus had been here. He'd sat at our kitchen table. He'd touched our things. He'd smiled at our daughters while planning to use them. I spent that first night back scrubbing everything he touched, as if I could erase him from our lives through cleaning. The trial took 8 months to get to court. During that time, I learned the full extent of Alpha Ascension's operation. They targeted at least 40 families, using reconciliation attempts as cover for intelligence gathering and fraud. 3 men had succeeded in getting partial custody of their children before being caught. The psychological damage they'd caused was immense. Marcus tried to contact me twice through his lawyer, asking to send letters to the girls. I refused both times. He'd lost that right the second time he'd abandoned them, this time using them as pawns. The trial itself was brutal. I had to testify about his visits, the timeline, the questions he'd asked. I had to sit across from him in a courtroom while prosecutors laid out his crimes. He looked smaller somehow. Older. When our eyes met, he mouthed, "I'm sorry," but I looked away. The girls didn't attend court, but they knew what was happening. Emma read every news article she could find. Lily drew pictures of castles with locked doors. Sophie asked fewer questions than I expected, like she'd already forgotten him again. Marcus was sentenced to 18 years. With good behavior, he might be out in 12. Emma would be 23. Lily would be 20. Sophie would be 18, the same age Emma was now. A lifetime. He'd missed their entire childhoods. Again. I felt nothing when the verdict came down. I'd spent all my emotions already. Now there was just the work of moving forward. We got family therapy, all of us together. Dr. Morrison helped the girls process the double betrayal, first the abandonment, then the manipulation. She helped me process my guilt over letting him back in, over wanting to believe in redemption so badly I'd ignored warning signs. "You were trying to give your daughters their father back," Dr. Morrison said. "That's not weakness. That's love. Love that almost got us hurt. But didn't. You protected them when it mattered." Slowly, painfully, we healed again. Emma threw herself into soccer with even more intensity. Lily started a project painting imaginary safe places. Sophie seemed largely unfazed, her resilience both heartbreaking and beautiful. I dated a little, very carefully. Nothing serious. Trust didn't come easily anymore. A year after the trial, Emma came to me with something she'd written for English class. An essay about betrayal and resilience. "I want you to read it," she said. "But don't cry, okay? It has a good ending." I read it that night. She wrote about her father leaving. About the false hope of his return. About learning that some people can't be saved, no matter how much you want to believe in them. And then she wrote about the real heroes in her life, her mother, her grandmother, her sisters. The people who stayed. The last line gutted me. "My father taught me what not to look for in love. My mother taught me what to become." I cried, obviously. But they were different tears than before. Not grief. Something closer to pride. The years continued. Emma got a full ride to college on a soccer scholarship. Lily's art was featured in a local gallery show. Sophie decided she wanted to be a lawyer like me when she grew up. We built traditions that didn't include Marcus. Created memories that were ours alone. I thought I was done with him. That chapter closed, locked, buried. Then 3 weeks ago, I got a letter. Prison stationery. Marcus's handwriting. My hands shook as I opened it. "Rachel, I know I have no right to contact you. I know I've burned every bridge I ever had with you and the girls. But I'm writing because my lawyer says I'm dying. Pancreatic cancer. Stage 4. I have maybe 6 months. I'm not writing to ask for forgiveness. I don't deserve that. I'm writing to tell you the truth because I need you to know before I'm gone. Everything with Alpha Ascension was real. The manipulation, the crimes, all of it. I was guilty. But the visits with the girls, that was real too. Yes, I was gathering information for the group. But I was also trying to be their father again. Both things were true at once. I know that doesn't make it better. It might make it worse. But I need you to know that every smile Sophie gave me, every picture Lily showed me, every moment Emma let her guard down, those mattered. They weren't part of the con. They were the only real things in my life. I'm not asking to see them. I'm not asking you to bring them to say goodbye. They shouldn't remember me any more than they have to. But if they ever ask about me, if they ever want to know if any of it was real, tell them yes. The love was real. I just wasn't strong enough to let it win over my other demons. Take care of them. You already do, better than I ever could. You're the hero of this story, Rachel. You always were. Marcus. I read it 3 times. Then I put it in a locked drawer in my desk. Maybe someday I'd show it to the girls. Maybe when they were older and could process it. Maybe never. I didn't respond to the letter. I didn't tell him I'd received it. 6 months later, his lawyer called to inform me Marcus had passed away. The funeral was small, mostly his extended family. I didn't attend. Neither did the girls. Emma was the only one who asked about it. Do you think he meant it? In the letter? She found it one day while looking for stamps. I'd forgotten to lock the drawer. I think he meant it the way someone who's fundamentally broken means anything, I said carefully. He felt love for you girls. I believe that. But he loved his own damage more. He couldn't get out of his own way long enough to be who you needed. That's really sad, Emma said. Yeah. It is. I'm glad we have you instead. Me too, sweetheart. Now it's been 5 years since Marcus first showed up on our doorstep with grocery store roses and manufactured tears. 6 years since the trial. 10 years since he first walked away with that stupid scraping suitcase. The girls are thriving. Emma's in college, dating a sweet pre-med student who treats her like gold. Lily's applying to art schools. Sophie's 13 now, fierce and funny and completely herself. None of them talk about Marcus anymore. He's become a cautionary tale, a shadow that taught them to trust their instincts about people. I'm doing okay too. I got promoted to senior paralegal. I'm dating someone steady, someone patient with my trust issues. Someone who understands that my daughters come first and always will. Someone who stayed. Sometimes late at night, I still think about those 4 months when I believed Marcus had changed. When I let myself hope that people could be redeemed, that love could heal all wounds. I was wrong about him specifically, but I don't think I was wrong about the principle. People can change. Some people do the work, face their demons, become better. But some people are too broken by their own choices to ever really heal. The trick is knowing which is which before they hurt you again. I learned that lesson the hard way. But my girls learned it without having to live through it the way I did. I protected them from the worst of it. And in the end, that's all I ever wanted to be, their shield against a world that sometimes sends broken men to your doorstep with flowers and lies. We're safe now. We're whole. We're enough. Just the 4 of us in our little fortress, stronger for surviving the siege. And if another Marcus ever shows up at our door, we'll know exactly what to do. We'll lock it.
Story 3.
A week before Christmas, I overheard my sister and mother planning the holiday dinner. My sister whispered, "Don't tell her about the kids. Just say it's family only, then she can watch all the children while we adults enjoy dinner." My mother laughed and added, "It's not like she has anything better to do, she's single with no kids." I quietly closed the door without letting them know I'd heard. On December 25th, my mother called frantically asking where I was because there were 15 children with no one to watch them, but I was already in Paris. I need to tell you something, and I promise it's going to sound petty at first, but stick with me because this gets darker than I ever expected. A week before Christmas, I overheard my sister and mother planning the holiday dinner. I wasn't eavesdropping, not really. I'd come home early from work to drop off the gifts I'd been hiding in my car, expensive things wrapped in paper that cost more than it should, and I heard voices coming from the kitchen. My mother's laugh, that particular pitch that meant she and Rachel were sharing something delicious and mean. I should have announced myself. Should have walked right in. I didn't. "Don't tell her about the kids," Rachel said, her voice dropping to a whisper that somehow carried perfectly through the old house's thin walls. "Just say it's family only, then she can watch all the children while we adults enjoy dinner." My hand froze on the doorknob of the hall closet. My mother laughed. Not a polite chuckle. A real laugh, genuine and delighted. "It's not like she has anything better to do, she's single with no kids." I stood there for what felt like an hour but was probably 30 seconds. My heart was doing that thing where it beats so hard you can feel it in your throat, in your fingertips, behind your eyes. The gifts suddenly felt heavy in my arms. A cashmere scarf for Mom. A first edition book for Rachel, the one she'd mentioned wanting back in September that cost me $200 on eBay. I quietly closed the door without letting them know I'd heard. Here's what you need to understand, I'm 34 years old. I have a career I love as a data analyst for a pharmaceutical company. I own my condo outright. I travel when I want, eat what I want, sleep when I want. But to my family, I'm the tragedy. The spinster. The one who never settled down, as if settling were something to aspire to rather than a thing that happens to people who stop reaching. Rachel is 2 years younger and has 3 kids. She married her high school boyfriend, got pregnant at 22, and has been wearing exhaustion like a badge of honor ever since. My mother treats her like she's achieved something I'm too inadequate to manage. I drove home from my childhood house, the house where I no longer lived but was apparently still expected to serve, and I didn't cry. I did something I'd never done before in my entire carefully planned life. I opened my laptop and booked a flight to Paris. One-way ticket. Leaving December 23rd. The rebellion felt electric in my chest, dangerous and bright. I'd always wanted to go to Paris. Every year I told myself next year, next vacation, when work slows down. I had the money. I had the time. I'd accrued so much paid time off that HR had been sending me reminder emails about using it. Why was I waiting? For permission from people who saw me as free childcare? The next few days were a blur of preparation I conducted like a secret military operation. I told no one. At work, I submitted my time off request through the automated system, 2 weeks starting December 23rd. My boss approved it within an hour with a note that said, "Finally? Enjoy yourself." I went to the bank and got euros. I downloaded French language apps and practiced basic phrases while I made dinner for one. I bought a new suitcase, the expensive kind that glides instead of bumping, and I let myself imagine walking through Montmartre with it, past cafes and bakeries and old men playing chess in parks. My mother called twice during those days. Once to ask if I'd be bringing a dessert, I said yes, lying effortlessly. Once to confirm I'd be there by 2 because we'll need help with the kids before dinner at 6. "Sure, Mom," I said, stirring pasta sauce and tasting it for salt. "I'll be there." Rachel texted on the 22nd, "Mom says you're bringing pie? Can you make 2? And maybe that cheese ball thing you do? Mark's family might come by after." I read it 3 times, feeling something cold settle in my stomach. Not anger anymore. Something calmer and more final. I typed back, "Sounds good." Then I turned off my read receipts. That night, I packed. I bought new clothes, nothing like my usual work wardrobe. A cream wool coat. Soft scarves in colors I never wore, burgundy, deep forest green. Leather gloves. I felt like I was packing for a different person's life, someone who existed only in my imagination until now. I packed the expensive gifts I bought too. I'd give them to the Salvation Army on the way to the airport. December 23rd arrived with that particular quality of cold that feels personal, like the air itself is testing you. My flight left at 10 p.m. I'd planned it perfectly, late enough that when my mother inevitably called asking where her pie was, I'd already be through security. I spent the day finishing work emails, setting my out-of-office message to something vague about holiday travel, and deep cleaning my condo because I wanted to come home to cleanliness. Around 4, I started getting texts. "Mom, when are you heading over?" "Rachel, did you get the cheese ball stuff?" "Rachel again, Mom's asking about you." I silenced my phone and took a long shower. I did my makeup carefully, the way I'd been practicing from YouTube tutorials, a subtle smoky eye, the kind that makes you look like you have secrets. I dressed in black jeans, a silk blouse, that new cream coat. I looked in the mirror and barely recognized myself. I looked like someone who was about to disappear. The Uber arrived at 6. The driver was a woman in her 50s who asked if I was excited about my trip, and I said yes, and it was the truest thing I'd said in weeks. At the airport, everything felt surreal. The crowds, the announcements, the smell of coffee and jet fuel and perfume samples from the duty-free section. I checked my bag, got my boarding pass, and as I walked toward security, I dropped the shopping bag with Mom's scarf and Rachel's book into a charity bin. A volunteer smiled at me. "How generous, right before Christmas." "It's nothing," I said. "Really?" I meant it. Through security, I found my gate and sat down with a book I didn't read. My phone was still silenced in my pocket. I could feel it buzzing occasionally, a distant earthquake I was choosing to ignore. At 9:45, they called for boarding. I stood with my carry-on and my new suitcase and my passport that had only 3 stamps in it, and I thought, I should feel guilty. I didn't. The flight was long and perfect. I had a window seat. The woman next to me was French, heading home, and when I told her it was my first time to Paris, she gave me a list of places written on a napkin in purple ink. "Not the tourist things," she said. "The real things." I slept somewhere over the Atlantic and woke to clouds that looked like they'd been painted in watercolors. We landed at 2 p.m. Paris time on Christmas Eve. The airport was decorated with elegant gold lights, nothing like the aggressive cheer of American malls. I navigated customs in terrible French and good English, got my bag, and took a taxi to the hotel I'd booked in the Marais. The room was small and perfect, with a window overlooking a narrow street. I could see a bakery across the way, already closed for the holiday, and an old woman walking a small dog, and everything felt impossibly far from home. I turned on my phone. 43 messages. 17 missed calls. I made myself read them in order, like watching a storm develop on a radar map. Christmas Eve, 2 p.m., my time. "Mom, where are you?" "Rachel needs help setting up." 2:30 p.m., "Rachel, hello? Mom says you're not answering?" 3 p.m., "Mom, this isn't funny. Call me." 4 p.m., "Rachel, if you're sick you could have told us." 5 p.m., "Mom, voicemail, listen, I don't know what game you're playing, but we have 15 children here and no one to watch them. Your sister is beside herself. Call me back immediately. 6 p.m., Rachel, I can't believe you would do this to us. On Christmas. 7 p.m., Mom, I'm extremely disappointed. We'll discuss this after the holiday. 8 p.m., Aunt Linda, apparently brought into this, your mother is very upset. Whatever is going on, family comes first. 10 p.m., Rachel, did you seriously just abandon us? Do you know how selfish this is? 11 p.m., Mom, if something happened to you, please let us know you're safe. Otherwise, I don't want to hear from you until you're ready to apologize. Then nothing until this morning, Christmas Day, Paris time. 6 a.m., Rachel, Mom is crying. I hope you're happy. 8 a.m., Mom, when you decide to act like an adult, we can talk. The messages should have made me feel something. Guilt, maybe. Anger. Instead, I felt that same cold calm that had settled over me when Rachel asked for 2 pies. I typed one message to a group chat with both of them, I'm safe. I'm in Paris. I'll be back in 2 weeks. Merry Christmas. Then I turned off my phone completely. I spent Christmas Day walking. I had no agenda, no map. I just walked. Through the Marais with its narrow streets and shuttered shops, across to Ile de la Cité where Notre Dame stood in its restoration scaffolding like a promise of renewal. I walked along the Seine and watched the boats and the people and the light hitting the water in a way that made everything look like an impressionist painting. I ate lunch at a small cafe that was miraculously open, run by an elderly man who didn't speak English and didn't seem bothered by my terrible French. He brought me cassoulet and bread and wine without me ordering, just placed it in front of me and nodded, and it was the best meal I'd ever eaten. At a bookstore that was open for a few hours, I bought a journal with a leather cover and sat in a park to write. Not about my family. About Paris. About the way the buildings looked like layer cakes, cream and gray and perfect. About the sound of church bells I heard but couldn't locate. About the feeling of being completely alone in a foreign city and feeling safer than I'd felt in years. That night, I turned on my phone just long enough to call my best friend, Maya. She answered on the first ring. Oh my stars, she breathed. Your mother called me. She's losing it. I'm in Paris. Silence. Then, you're where? I told her everything. The conversation I'd overheard, the plan to use me as unpaid childcare, the assumption that I had nothing better to do because I was single and childless. Maya listened without interrupting, and when I finished, she said something I'll never forget. Good. Let them scramble. That's it? No lecture about family? Honey, family is supposed to be the people who would never treat you like free labor. What they did was cruel. What you did was take care of yourself. There's a difference. We talked for an hour. She made me promise to send pictures. I promised. When we hung up, I felt lighter. I turned the phone off again. The next few days developed a rhythm. I'd wake up without an alarm, something I hadn't done in years. I'd go to the bakery across the street where the owner, Madame Delacroix, started recognizing me and would have my coffee ready, café crème, the way she insisted I should drink it. I'd take the coffee and a croissant back to my room and sit by the window, watching Paris wake up. Then I'd walk. Miles and miles. The Musée d'Orsay, where I stood in front of Monet's water lilies until my feet hurt. The Rodin Museum, where the thinker looked exactly how I felt, contemplating something that had no easy answer. Shakespeare and Company bookstore, where I bought 3 novels I'd never read and sat in their reading library until closing. I made acquaintances. Not friends exactly, but people. The bartender at a wine bar near my hotel who taught me about Sancerre and never asked why I was alone. A woman in the Tuileries garden who shared her bench and her bread to feed the birds with me, conversing in a mix of French and hand gestures. A tour guide at Versailles who, after his official tour, told me stories about Marie Antoinette that weren't in any history book, stories about her loneliness, her misunderstanding, her desperate attempts to be loved by people who had already decided what she was. I thought about that a lot. On December 29th, I turned on my phone at a cafe in Montmartre. I was drinking hot chocolate so thick it was almost pudding, and I just climbed all the stairs to Sacré-Cœur, and I felt strong. Ready. 62 new messages. Most were from my mother and Rachel, cycling through anger, guilt-tripping, and what I recognized as their version of panic, the realization that I wasn't responding to their usual manipulation tactics. There were messages from relatives I barely knew, clearly recruited to make me feel bad. My uncle, your mother raised you better than this. My cousin, whatever happened, you're being dramatic. But there were other messages too. Maya had sent me pictures of her dog in a Santa hat. My coworker Jennifer, I heard from the team you're in Paris. Living the dream. Bring me back something with the Eiffel Tower on it, I'm not picky. And one from my father, divorced from my mother for 12 years, your mom called me, which should tell you how desperate she is. You don't owe me an explanation, but I hope you're okay. Love you, kiddo. That one made me tear up, there in the cafe with my pudding chocolate and my tired feet. I called him. It was early morning for him, and he answered sounding groggy but immediately alert. Dad? There she is. The woman of mystery. You in Paris? I'm in Paris. Good. Your mother's driving me crazy, but good for you. About time you did something for yourself. I told him the story, all of it. He listened the way he always had, completely, without interrupting, without trying to fix it before I finished. When I was done, he was quiet for a moment. Then, your mother and sister have always taken advantage of your competence. I watched it happen when we were married. You were the reliable one, the one who didn't cause problems, so you became the one who solved them. For everyone but yourself. I feel like I should feel worse than I do. Why? Because you stood up for yourself? Because you didn't let them exploit you? Sweetheart, the fact that you feel guilty for having boundaries is exactly the problem. We talked for another 20 minutes. He told me about his new girlfriend, a woman who taught pottery and had never been married. He told me he was proud of me. He told me to stay in Paris as long as I wanted. When we hung up, I sat for a while longer, watching people pass by the cafe window. Couples, families, solo travelers with maps. Everyone with their own story, their own complications. Nobody here knew me as the daughter who disappointed her mother or the sister who abandoned her family on Christmas. Here, I was just a woman drinking chocolate in Montmartre. I liked her. I decided to do something I'd been avoiding. I opened the group chat with my mother and Rachel and actually read through all the messages I'd been ignoring. They followed a pattern. First, disbelief that I'd actually left. Then anger, how dare I, what was I thinking, who did I think I was? Then guilt trips, I'd ruined Christmas, the children were traumatized, Aunt Linda had to watch the kids and she had a bad back. Then attempts at bargaining, if I came home now, we could work this out, pretend it never happened. And finally, when none of that worked, they moved to a new strategy, exclusion. Group family texts that I wasn't included in. Posts on social media about the family we choose and surrounding yourself with people you can count on. My mother updated her profile picture to one with Rachel and Rachel's kids, captioned, "My real treasures." It was so transparent it was almost funny. I had a choice. I could respond, explain, defend. Pour out all my hurt and anger and make them understand what they'd done. Or I could let them sit with the consequences of treating someone like they didn't matter until that person decided they were right. I started typing, "I heard you planning to use me as free childcare. I heard Mom laugh about me being single with no kids like it made me less than. I decided you were right, I don't have anything better to do. Except I do. I have Paris. I have a life you never bothered to ask about. I have value that doesn't depend on my usefulness to you. I'll be back when my vacation is over. Don't contact me until you're ready to apologize." I read it 3 times. Then I deleted it. Instead, I wrote, "Having a wonderful time. The Louvre is incredible. Talk when I'm back." I attached a selfie I'd taken in front of the Mona Lisa, me smiling, genuinely happy, surrounded by tourists and art and possibility. Then I turned off the phone again. The last few days of my trip, something shifted. I stopped thinking about them constantly. I stopped rehearsing conversations or imagining confrontations. I let Paris be Paris, and I let myself be whoever I was becoming. I took a day trip to Versailles and walked through the Hall of Mirrors, thinking about all the reflections we carry of ourselves, who we think we are, who others think we are, who we might be if we stopped performing. I went to a classical music concert in a church so old the walls seemed to breathe with history. I didn't understand the program notes, but the music filled something in me that had been empty. I met an American woman at a wine tasting, a professor on sabbatical, and we spent an entire evening talking about everything except our families. She was studying medieval manuscripts. I told her about pharmaceutical data analysis. We discovered we both loved mystery novels and terrible reality TV. We exchanged emails and promised to keep in touch, and I believed we would. On my last night, I sat at a restaurant near my hotel, a place I'd passed every day but had been too intimidated to enter. I ordered in halting French, And the waiter gently corrected my pronunciation and brought me steak and potatoes and red wine that tasted like earth in summer. I ate slowly, making it last. Around me, couples and families and groups of friends celebrated New Year's Eve, laughing and clinking glasses. I didn't feel lonely. I felt full. When I got back to my hotel room, I opened my journal and wrote, "I don't know what happens when I go home. But I know I'm not the same person who left. That person would have made the pie. Would have shown up and swallowed her hurt and let them use her because causing a scene seemed worse than being used. This person won't. This person knows her worth isn't measured in service. This person went to Paris." I drew a line under it, like signing a contract with myself. The flight home was unremarkable. I slept most of the way, exhausted and satisfied. Landing in the States felt jarring, everything louder and brighter and more aggressive than I remembered after 2 weeks of Paris's elegant restraint. I took an Uber home. My condo looked exactly as I'd left it, clean and quiet and mine. I unpacked slowly, hanging my new clothes and placing my souvenirs on the shelf, a small Eiffel Tower from a street vendor, a book of French poetry I couldn't read but loved anyway, a watercolor from Montmartre of buildings in the rain. Then I turned on my phone and left it on. The messages started immediately. "Mom, you're back? Rachel, we need to talk." I made tea. English breakfast, not the French kind. I sat on my couch with my cat, Toulouse, who had been staying with Maya and seemed mildly offended I'd left but willing to forgive for treats. I responded to Maya first, "Home safe. Cat acquired. Thank you for everything." Then Dad, back in the US. "Let's do dinner this week?" Then, finally, I opened a new message to my mother and Rachel. "I'm back. Before we talk, I need you both to understand something. I heard you. The week before Christmas, I heard you planning to lie to me so you could use me as free childcare. I heard Mom laugh about me being single and childless like it meant I had no value. I didn't ruin Christmas, you did, when you decided I only mattered for what I could do for you. I went to Paris because I deserve a life, and because I'm done being treated like I don't have one. If you want to talk, we can talk. But not until you're ready to apologize, and not until you understand that I won't be treated that way anymore. The terms of our relationship have changed. You can accept that or not, but those are the only options." I hit send before I could second guess it. My mother called within 3 minutes. I didn't answer. Rachel texted, "This is so typical of you, making everything about you." I almost laughed. Almost. 20 minutes later, my phone rang again. "Dad. Did you send them that message? How do you know about it?" "Your mother called me, which is becoming a pattern. She's very upset." "Good." He laughed. "That's my girl. Listen, they're not going to apologize. You know that, right? Your mother doesn't apologize. Rachel learned it from her." "I know. So what's your plan?" I thought about Paris. About walking alone and feeling whole. About Madame Delacroix knowing my coffee order. About the woman in the garden and the tour guide at Versailles and the professor at the wine tasting. About all the ways there were to be in the world beyond the tiny box my family had built for me. "I don't have a plan," I said. "Except to not go back to how things were." "Then you're already ahead of where you were." We talked for a while longer. Made plans for dinner on Saturday. When we hung up, I felt settled in a way I hadn't expected. Over the next few days, the pattern became clear. My mother and Rachel wanted reconciliation on their terms, which meant me pretending nothing had happened and them never acknowledging what they'd done. They sent messages alternating between "we miss you" and "you're being unreasonable." I didn't engage. I went back to work, where everyone wanted to hear about Paris. I showed pictures on my phone, the Eiffel Tower at night, the gardens at Versailles, my tiny perfect hotel room. My boss pulled me aside and said, "You look different." "Get different." "I feel different," I said. "Keep whatever you found over there. It suits you." I started planning my next trip. Portugal, maybe. Or Scotland. Somewhere I'd always wanted to go but had been waiting for the right time, the right companion, the right excuse. I stopped waiting. 3 weeks after I got back, my mother showed up at my condo unannounced. I opened the door to find her standing there, looking smaller than I remembered, older. For a moment, I felt that familiar pull, the urge to make her feel better, to smooth things over, to be the easy daughter. Then I remembered Paris. "Can I come in?" she asked. "Why are you here, Mom?" "Because you're my daughter and we need to talk. I told you we could talk when you were ready to apologize." Her face hardened. I'm not apologizing for being disappointed that you abandoned your family on Christmas. I didn't abandon anyone. I took a vacation. You planned to manipulate me into providing free childcare, and when I wasn't there to be used, you acted like I'd committed a crime. That's not how it was. That's exactly how it was. I heard you, Mom. I heard both of you laughing about how I'm single with no kids, so I might as well be useful. Something flickered in her eyes. Surprise, maybe, that I actually knew. We were joking, she said, but her voice had lost its certainty. It didn't sound like a joke. It sounded like my value to this family is measured entirely by what I can do for everyone else. And I'm done with that. So what, you're just going to cut us out of your life? Over this? I'm not cutting anyone out. I'm just not accepting the same terms anymore. You want me in your life? Then treat me like I matter. Not just when you need something. She stood there for a long moment, and I could see her calculating. Trying to find the angle that would work, the guilt trip that would land. Then she seemed to deflate. I don't know how to do this, she said quietly. Do what? Have a relationship with you that isn't what it's been. It was maybe the most honest thing she'd ever said to me. Then we'll figure it out together, I said. But it starts with you acknowledging that what you did was hurtful. And that I deserve better. She nodded slowly. Not an apology, not yet. But something. I'll think about it, she said. She left, and I closed the door and leaned against it, my heart pounding. Maya texted, "How'd it go with your mom?" Better than expected. Worse than hoped. Somewhere in between. That's real life, babe. Welcome to it. I smiled. Here's the thing about going to Paris when you're not supposed to, you learn that the world doesn't end when you stop following the script. Your family might be angry, your sister might post passive-aggressive things on social media, your mother might show up unannounced at your door. But you also learn that you can survive their disappointment. That you can choose yourself without being selfish. That sometimes the most loving thing you can do is refuse to be diminished. I don't know if my relationship with my mother and Rachel will recover. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But I know that I went to Paris, and I came back different, and that difference is mine to keep. Last week, I got a package in the mail. Inside was a card from Madame Delacroix, somehow tracked down through the hotel. It was a postcard of her bakery, and on the back, in careful English, "Come back soon. Your table at the window waits for you." I put it on my refrigerator, next to my Paris Metro pass and a photo of the Seine at sunset. But before I tell you about what happened next, you need to know about Rachel's visit. Because my mother showing up was just the opening act. Rachel appeared at my office. My office. She must have looked up the address online, walked past security who probably thought she was meeting me for lunch, and planted herself in the reception area until someone called me down. When I walked into the lobby and saw her sitting there in her mom uniform, yoga pants, oversized sweatshirt with mysterious stains, hair in a messy bun that wasn't the cute kind, I almost turned around. But my receptionist had already announced me, and Rachel's head snapped up with an expression I recognized from childhood. The one that meant she was about to make a scene and somehow make me responsible for it. "We need to talk," she said, standing up. "I'm at work, Rachel. This can't wait." Around us, people were watching with that careful professional discretion that meant they were absolutely watching. My coworker Tom from accounting gave me a look that said, "You okay?" And I nodded slightly. "There's a coffee shop 2 blocks down," I said. "Meet me there in 10 minutes." I didn't wait for her to agree. I went back upstairs, told my boss I needed an extended lunch, grabbed my coat, and walked to the coffee shop trying to prepare for whatever was coming. She was already there when I arrived, sitting at a corner table with her arms crossed. I ordered a latte, taking my time, letting her wait, and finally sat down across from her. "You embarrassed us," she said immediately. No greeting, no preamble. "Hello to you too. Do you have any idea what you did?" Aunt Linda had to watch all those kids alone. She threw her back out. Uncle Mike had to leave early to take her to urgent care. The whole dinner was ruined. I took a sip of my latte. It was too hot, burned my tongue slightly, but I didn't react. "So you're saying you needed me there?" "Of course we needed you there. That's what family does, they show up." Family also doesn't lie to each other or laugh about each other behind their backs. Her face flushed. "I don't know what you think you heard. I know exactly what I heard. Don't tell her about the kids. Just say it's family only. It's not like she has anything better to do. Does that sound familiar?" She looked away, and I saw something I'd never seen before. Not quite guilt, but close. Discomfort, maybe. The realization that I wasn't going to let her rewrite history. We were just joking around, she said, but her voice had lost its edge. Here's what I don't understand, I said, leaning forward. You have 3 kids. 3. Mark has a good job. Mom helps you all the time. You have this whole life that everyone celebrates and supports. What exactly do you get from treating me like I'm less than you? I don't. You do. You always have. When you got pregnant with Caleb, everyone threw you a shower. When I got promoted to senior analyst, Mom said that's nice and changed the subject. When you needed someone to watch the kids so you could go to that concert, I canceled my plans. When I needed help moving into my condo, you said you were too busy. Every holiday, every birthday, every family event, I show up, I help, I bring the right gifts and make the right food and watch the kids and clean up after. And you know what I get in return? She didn't answer. Nothing. Not even basic respect. Just assumptions that I'll be there because what else would I be doing with my sad, single, childless life? You chose not to have kids, she said, but it sounded weak even to her. I didn't choose anything. I just haven't met the right person yet, and I'm not going to settle and be miserable just to fit the timeline Mom has in her head. But even if I had chosen it, so what? Does that make my time less valuable? My life less important? Rachel was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was smaller. You left us on Christmas. You were going to trick me into babysitting on Christmas. We needed help. Then ask. Actually ask, and accept that I might say no. Don't scheme and lie and assume I have nothing better to do. Do you know what it's like? She said suddenly, her voice rising. Having 3 kids? Being exhausted all the time? Watching you with your freedom and your vacations and your clean house and your actual life? I stared at her. Are you serious right now? You're jealous of me? I'm not jealous, I'm just, she stopped, seeming to realize what she'd admitted. It's hard. You don't understand because you don't have kids. Everything is about them. Mark works long hours, Mom helps but she also criticizes everything I do, and you just get to do whatever you want. Rachel. I waited until she looked at me. You chose that life? I'm not being mean, I'm stating a fact. You chose to marry Mark at 20. You chose to have 3 kids. Those are your choices and I've never judged you for them. But they don't give you the right to treat me like your choices make you superior or like my life exists to support yours. She wiped her eyes quickly. I hadn't noticed she was crying. Mom's really upset, she said after a moment. Mom needs to apologize. She won't. I know. So we're at an impasse. What does that mean? You're just done with us? I thought about Paris. About sitting in that cafe in Montmartre, about the tour guide telling me stories about Marie Antoinette's loneliness, about Madame Delacroix knowing my coffee order after 3 days. About feeling more seen by strangers than by my own family. I'm not done with you, I said carefully. But I'm done with how things have been. I'm done being the person everyone uses. I'm done pretending it doesn't hurt when you treat me like I don't matter. If you want a relationship with me, a real one, then we build something new. Something equal. How? I don't know yet. But it starts with you acknowledging what you did was wrong. And with you understanding that I'm not your backup childcare. I'm your sister. Those are different things. She nodded slowly, and I saw something shift in her face. Not a full transformation. Just a crack in the armor, a glimpse of the sister I'd had before kids and resentment and Mom's constant comparisons had turned us into adversaries. I'll think about it, she said. It wasn't an apology. But it was something. She left, and I sat there for a while longer, watching people come and go. A man with a laptop and headphones. A woman with a toddler who kept trying to eat sugar packets. 2 teenage girls laughing about something on their phones. Everyone with their own story, their own complications. I went back to work and actually got things done for the first time since returning from Paris. That night, Maya came over with Thai food and wine. So, she said, settling onto my couch with a container of pad Thai. Rachel showed up at your office. That's bold. That's desperate. Think she'll actually change? I considered it. Honestly? I don't know. But I meant what I said. I'm done with the old dynamic. If they can't adapt, then I guess we'll just see each other at funerals and major life events and exchange awkward small talk. Would you be okay with that? I think so. I spent so many years trying to earn their approval, trying to be good enough. And Paris taught me something. I am good enough. just as I am. The problem was never me. Maya raised her wine glass. To Paris. And to sisters who show up at your work like it's not completely unhinged. I clinked my glass against hers. To boundaries. To boundaries, she echoed. 2 months after I got back from Paris, something unexpected happened. Rachel texted me, "Can we meet for coffee? Just us. I want to talk." I almost said no. But I was curious. And maybe, despite everything, I still hoped for something better. We met at the same coffee shop as before. This time, Rachel looked different. More put together. Hair actually styled, makeup on, wearing jeans and a sweater instead of the yoga pants uniform. "You look nice," I said, sitting down. "Thanks." Mark's watching the kids. I told him I needed a few hours. We ordered, she got a mocha, I got my usual latte, and sat in an awkward silence until she finally spoke. "I've been thinking about what you said. About how we treat you." I waited. "You were right. We do use you. I use you. And it's not fair." She took a breath. "I think I've been jealous of you for a long time, and instead of dealing with that, I made you the problem. Like if I could make you feel bad about your life, I'd feel better about mine." I didn't expect that level of honesty. It caught me off guard. "The Christmas thing," she continued, "that was my idea. Not Mom's." She went along with it, but I suggested it. Because I was stressed about having all those kids there and I just assumed you'd do it. I didn't even think of it as asking. It was just what you did. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you deserve to know. And because I don't want to lose you over something I can fix. I can't promise I'll be perfect. I'm stressed and tired and probably going to mess up again. But I can promise to try. To actually see you as a person instead of as free help." I studied her face, looking for the catch, the manipulation. I didn't see it. "What changed?" I asked. She smiled ruefully. "Mark and I had a huge fight about it. He asked me what I would have done if you had kids too. Like, if we were both moms, would I expect you to watch mine while I relaxed? And I realized I wouldn't. I'd only expect it because I decided your life was less important than mine. Which is a terrible way to treat someone, let alone my sister." "It is," I agreed. "So I'm sorry. Really sorry. For Christmas, for all the times before that, for making you feel like you didn't matter. You do matter." It wasn't perfect. She didn't understand all of it, couldn't name all the ways it had hurt over all the years. But it was real. I could hear it in her voice, see it in the way she was holding her coffee cup like it might shield her from my response. "Thank you," I said. "That means a lot. Does this mean you'll come to Easter?" I laughed despite myself. "Rachel. Too soon?" "Way too soon. But ask me again closer to Easter. Actually ask, like you're inviting me to something, not assigning me a job. I can do that." She paused. "Will you tell me about Paris? For real?" So I did. I told her about Madame Delacroix and the museum with the water lilies and the church concert. I told her about walking until my feet hurt and eating alone and feeling complete instead of lonely. I told her about the professor I'd met and the postcard on my refrigerator. She listened in a way she hadn't in years. Maybe ever. "I always wanted to travel," she said when I finished. "Before the kids. Mark and I talked about going to Italy for our honeymoon, but I was pregnant with Caleb and we couldn't afford it anyway." "You could still go." "With 3 kids?" "Without them. When they're older. Or take a weekend somewhere. Your life doesn't have to be only about being a mom." She looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. "I don't know how to be anything else anymore." "Then figure it out. It's not too late." We talked for another hour, about nothing and everything. About her kids and my job and Mom's inability to apologize and whether Dad's new girlfriend was going to last. It felt normal. Not the way it had been before, we couldn't go back to that, and I wouldn't want to, but something new. Something that might actually be better. When we left, she hugged me. Not the obligatory family event hug, but a real one. "I'm glad you went to Paris," she said. "Me too. My mother took longer. 3 months longer, to be exact. She didn't come to my place again. Didn't call. According to Dad, she was processing, which I took to mean she was waiting for me to cave and apologize first. I didn't. I spent those 3 months living my life. I took a weekend trip to Montreal. Started French lessons at the community center. Adopted a second cat, Monet, to keep Toulouse company. I redecorated my bedroom in colors I actually liked instead of the safe beige everything had been. I started saying no to things at work that weren't my responsibility, and my boss responded by giving me a raise and better projects. I felt lighter than I had in years. Then, one Saturday morning in late March, my doorbell rang. My mother stood there with a bakery box. "I brought croissants," she said. "Can I come in?" I almost said no. Almost told her that showing up with pastries wasn't the same as an apology. But she looked older somehow, and tired, and I thought about the tour guide at Versailles talking about loneliness and pride. "Come in," I said. We sat at my kitchen table. The croissants were from an expensive bakery, the kind she usually said were overpriced. She put thought into this visit. "Your father says I'm being stubborn," she started. "You are being stubborn." She winced. "Rachel told me about her conversation with you. The real one, about what happened. And she said it was her idea. To trick you into watching the kids." "It was. But you laughed." My mother was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was careful. "I have 3 sisters. Growing up, the ones who got married and had kids were the successful ones. The one who didn't, Aunt Karen, she was always treated like something was wrong with her, like she'd failed at being a woman. I hadn't expected that. When you kept not settling down, kept not having kids, I think I started seeing you like they saw Aunt Karen. Like you were missing something. And instead of questioning whether they were wrong about her, whether I was wrong, I just decided I was less than." She nodded slowly. "I'm not proud of it. And I'm sorry. It wasn't perfect. It didn't erase years of feeling invisible and undervalued. But it was honest, and it was more than I'd expected from her. Thank you for saying that." Rachel also told me about Paris. About how happy you looked in your pictures. I was happy. I am happy. I can see that. You look different. Confident. She paused. "I think I've been trying to make you fit into the life I understood instead of accepting the life you're building." "That's exactly what you've been doing. Can you forgive me?" I thought about it. Really thought about it. "I can forgive you," I said slowly. "But things can't go back to how they were. I need you to see me as I actually am, not as who you want me to be. And I need you to respect my boundaries. If I say no to something, that's a complete sentence. No guilt trips, no passive-aggressive comments. I can try. You have to do more than try. You have to actually do it." She nodded. "Okay. I will." We ate the croissants. They weren't as good as Madame Delacroix's, but they were pretty close. My mother asked about my cats, about work, about Montreal. She didn't ask about my dating life or make comments about grandchildren. It was the most comfortable conversation we'd had in years. When she left, she hugged me at the door. "I really am proud of you," she said. "I should say that more often." "You should. I love you. Even when I'm being terrible at showing it." "I love you too, Mom." After she left, I sat by my window and looked out at the street. Spring was arriving, trees budding, people walking dogs and pushing strollers and living their lives. My life looked different from theirs. It looked different from what my mother wanted, from what Rachel had, from what everyone expected. It looked exactly right. I'm planning my next Paris trip for September. Maya's coming this time. We've already booked an apartment in the Marais for 2 weeks. I've been practicing my French with apps and weekly lessons with a tutor from Quebec. I've been saving up, not because I need to but because I want to do it right. Rachel asked if she could come, and I surprised us both by saying maybe next time. I need this trip with Maya. Need to prove to myself that Paris wasn't a fluke, that the person I became there is the person I am now. Things with my family aren't perfect. Mom still makes occasional comments that sting. Rachel sometimes forgets and treats me like her assistant instead of her sister. But when it happens now, I call it out. Calmly, clearly, without apology. And they're learning. Slowly and perfectly, but they're learning. Last week, Rachel invited me to Caleb's birthday party. Actually invited me, with a text that said, "Would you like to come to Caleb's party? It's from 2 to 5, just family and a few of his friends. No pressure if you're busy." I went. I brought a nice present. I stayed for an hour, played with the kids, talked to Mark and my mother, and then I left when I was ready to leave. Nobody asked me to clean up or stay longer or help with anything. It felt revolutionary. And the thing is, I don't need them to be perfect. I don't need my mother to become a different person or Rachel to never mess up again. I just need them to try. To see me. To value me for who I am instead of who they want me to be or what I can do for them. Most days, they do. The days they don't, I have Paris. Not just the physical place, though I'll always have that. But the knowledge that I can choose myself. That I can buy a plane ticket and disappear and build a life that makes sense to me even if it makes no sense to anyone else. I have Madame Delacroix's postcard on my refrigerator and a second cat named after an impressionist and French vocabulary card scattered across my coffee table. I have a trip planned and a friend coming with me in a growing confidence that I am exactly where I'm supposed to be. The best revenge isn't anger or confrontation. It's a plane ticket and the courage to use it. It's Paris at Christmas when you're supposed to be watching 15 children. It's coming home and refusing to apologize for having gone. My mother might never fully understand why I left. Rachel might sometimes slip back into old patterns. But I don't need their understanding anymore. I don't need their permission. I just need my passport and my courage and the growing certainty that I am enough, exactly as I am, even without the family role I've been assigned. Especially without it. Sometimes the most radical act of self-love is buying a one-way ticket and trusting yourself to figure out the return on your own terms. I did that. I'm still doing it. And the next time someone assumes I have nothing better to do because I'm single with no kids, I'll smile and think about Paris, and I'll know exactly how much better I can do. I'll do anything I want. And that, it turns out, is everything.
Story 4.
Every time my boyfriend mocked my weight or intelligence at parties, he'd say, "You're too sensitive, learn to take a joke." After months of this, I joked back about his receding hairline and entry-level salary. When he pulled me aside hissing that I was emasculating him, I smiled and said, "Too sensitive. Learn to take a joke. Look, I need to tell you something, and I need you to believe me when I say I'm not the villain here. Or maybe I am. I don't know anymore. But let me start from the beginning, because the moment I turned his own words back on him wasn't actually the end, it was just the beginning of something much worse." His name was Marcus. 28, software developer, decent apartment in the city, the kind of guy who wore blazers to casual dinners because he thought it made him look sophisticated. When we met at a mutual friend's birthday party 14 months ago, he seemed different from the guys I'd dated before. Thoughtful. He asked about my work as a kindergarten teacher like he actually cared. He remembered I was lactose intolerant on our second date and ordered us both dairy-free dessert without making it a thing. The first time he made a joke at my expense, I laughed along. We were at his coworker's housewarming party, maybe 2 months into dating. I was wearing this emerald green dress I'd bought specifically for the occasion, feeling confident, feeling pretty. I grabbed a second slice of cake, chocolate, rich, the kind that melts on your tongue, and Marcus had caught my eye across the room. He grinned and called out, loud enough for the people around us to hear, "Better slow down there, babe, or you won't fit in that dress much longer." Everyone had laughed. That easy, uncomfortable laughter that happens when someone says something kind of mean but packages it as humor. I'd frozen, fork halfway to my mouth, and felt heat crawl up my neck. But Marcus was smiling, so I smiled too. I set the cake down. I told myself he was just being playful. Guys joke around, right? It didn't mean anything. Except it kept happening. At his friend's engagement party, don't ask her about politics, she gets confused. At his sister's dinner, my girlfriend's not exactly a math whiz, but she's great with kids. At a work mixer where I'd actually tried to impress his colleagues, yeah, she teaches kindergarten. Colors and shapes, basically. Not exactly rocket science. Each time, the same pattern. He'd say something cutting, wrapped in a laugh. People would chuckle nervously. And when I'd pull him aside later, hurt blooming in my chest, he'd look at me like I was being ridiculous. "Babe, come on. It's just a joke. You're too sensitive. Learn to take a joke." That phrase. Those exact words. Over and over until they felt like a mantra, a spell designed to make me question my own reality. Was I too sensitive? Was I overreacting? Everyone else seemed to think it was funny. Maybe the problem was me. I started skipping his work events. Made excuses. But Marcus would pout, would say he wanted me there, would promise to behave. And like an idiot, I'd believe him. I'd show up in a nice outfit, anxiety already tightening my stomach, and wait for the inevitable moment when he'd find a way to diminish me in front of people who matter to him. The thing is, I loved him. Or I thought I did. He could be sweet when we were alone. He'd stroke my hair when I was falling asleep. He'd bring me coffee in bed on Sunday mornings. He'd tell me I was beautiful in this quiet, sincere way that made my heart ache. It was like there were two versions of Marcus, the private one who made me feel cherished, and the public one who needed an audience to perform his superiority. I told myself the private Marcus was the real one. The public version was just insecurity, a defense mechanism, something he'd grow out of. I could fix this. I could love him enough that he'd stop needing to tear me down to feel big. But then came the night that changed everything. His college roommate was visiting from Portland, Trevor, a loud guy with too much confidence and a habit of dominating conversations. Marcus had been excited about this visit for weeks, planning dinners and bar crawls like they were 21 again. I liked Trevor fine, even though he had this way of talking over people that grated on me. But Marcus idolized him, and I understood wanting to impress your old friends. We met up at this trendy restaurant downtown, the kind with Edison bulbs and exposed brick and a menu full of words like deconstructed and artisanal. Trevor brought his new girlfriend, Shanice, gorgeous, a corporate lawyer, intimidatingly articulate. I felt underdressed immediately, even though I'd worn my nicest blouse and spent an hour on my makeup. Dinner started fine. We ordered drinks, shared appetizers, swapped stories about college pranks and bad professors. I was actually having fun, laughing genuinely at Trevor's story about Marcus getting locked out of their dorm room wearing only a towel. For once, Marcus seemed relaxed, not performing, just being himself with an old friend. Then the food came, and I made the mistake of ordering a burger. Not a salad. Not grilled fish with vegetables. A burger. With fries. Because I was hungry, and I liked burgers, and I'd been restricting myself all week after Marcus's last comment about my snacking habits. Marcus noticed immediately. His eyes flicked to my plate, then to my face, and something shifted in his expression. That little tightening around his mouth that I'd learned to recognize as a precursor to humiliation. "Really going for it tonight, huh?" he said, voice light but pointed. I felt my stomach drop. "What?" "Just saying, babe. That's a lot of food." He turned to Trevor and Shanice with that conspiratorial grin. "She's been complaining about her jeans feeling tight, but apparently that's not stopping the late-night snacking. Or the burgers." Shanice's smile faltered. Trevor laughed, but it was the uncomfortable kind. And I just sat there, fork in hand, feeling like I'd been slapped. "Marcus," I said quietly. "What?" "I'm just teasing." He reached over and squeezed my hand, but his grip was too tight. "Don't be so sensitive." There it was. The script. The same dismissive phrase that had been eroding me for months. And something inside me just cracked. I'd spent months shrinking myself to make him comfortable. Laughing off insults. Pretending his cruelty was humor. Convincing myself I was the problem for having feelings. But sitting there, watching him smirk at me across the table while Trevor and Shanice pretended not to notice the tension, I felt something shift. A door opening in my chest. A voice whispering, "Why are you protecting him?" So I smiled. Sweet and sharp. "You're right," I said. "I should learn to take a joke. Like you've learned to take your receding hairline and entry-level salary after 6 years in the industry." The table went silent. Absolutely silent. Trevor's eyes widened. Shanice tried to hide a smile behind her wine glass. And Marcus just stared at me like I'd spoken in a foreign language. "What did you just say?" His voice was low, dangerous. "A joke," I said, taking a bite of my burger. It tasted like victory. "You know, like all those jokes you make about me. Funny, right?" His face flushed red. "That's completely different." "How?" "Because," he looked around the table, seeking backup, but Trevor and Shanice were suddenly very interested in their plates. "Because those were just jokes. This is personal." "So were yours." "I never, this is unbelievable." He threw his napkin down, chair scraping as he stood. "Can we talk? Outside?" I considered refusing. Considered making him have this conversation right here, in front of his friend, with witnesses. But Shanice looked uncomfortable, and I wasn't cruel enough to torture bystanders. So I followed him out to the sidewalk, where the night air was cool and smelled like car exhaust and someone's cigarette smoke. Marcus rounded on me the second we were alone. "What the heck was that?" "What was what?" "You emasculated me in there." His voice cracked with rage. "In front of Trevor. In front of his girlfriend. You made me look like a loser." "I made a joke," I said calmly. "Like you do. All the time. At every party, every dinner, every gathering we attend. You mock my weight, my intelligence, my career. And when I object, you tell me I'm too sensitive. So I figured I'd follow your lead." "That's not the same thing." Why not? Because men don't. He ran his hand through his hair, and I watched him realize mid-gesture that he'd just drawn attention to the thinning spot he was self-conscious about. His hand dropped. You know what, forget it. You clearly don't understand boundaries. I almost laughed. Boundaries? Marcus, you've been bulldozing my boundaries for months. You've been making me feel small and stupid and unattractive every time we're in public, and when I tell you it hurts, you tell me I'm overreacting. So which is it? Are jokes fair game, or aren't they? This is different. Because it's you, I said, and the clarity of it was startling. It's fine when you do it to me, but when someone does it to you, suddenly it's cruel. Suddenly it's too far. Suddenly feelings matter. He stared at me, jaw working, and I could see him trying to formulate an argument. Trying to find a way to make this my fault, to twist the narrative so that I was the aggressor and he was the victim. But he couldn't. The logic was too clear, the parallel too obvious. You're being crazy, he finally said, falling back on the oldest weapon in the arsenal. No, I said. I'm being done. I turned and walked back inside, past Trevor and Shanice's worried faces, past the waiter hovering nervously. I grabbed my purse from the back of my chair and headed for the exit, leaving Marcus to explain to his friend why his girlfriend had just walked out. I felt powerful. Righteous. Free. I should have known it wouldn't end there. The text started within an hour. First apologetic, babe I'm sorry can we talk, then accusatory, you embarrass me for no reason, then desperate, I love you please don't do this. I ignored them all. Blocked his number. Blocked him on social media. It felt clean, decisive, like cutting out a tumor. For 3 days, I existed in this strange bubble of liberation. I went to work, played with my students, came home to my apartment and reveled in the silence. No walking on eggshells. No bracing for insults. No twisting myself into shapes to avoid conflict. I'd forgotten what peace felt like. Then things got weird. I started noticing a car parked across from my apartment building. A silver sedan, always in the same spot, windows tinted. At first I thought it was a neighbor's, but it was there at odd hours, early morning when I left for work, late evening when I got home. Once, I could swear I saw someone sitting in the driver's seat, but when I looked directly at it, the angle of the sun on the windshield made it impossible to be sure. Then there was the feeling of being watched. You know that prickle on the back of your neck, the animal sense that eyes are on you? I get it walking to my car, unlocking my apartment door, standing in line at the grocery store. I turn around and see no one, but the feeling would persist. I told myself I was being paranoid. Marcus was annoying, but he wasn't dangerous. Right? The 4th night after our breakup, I came home to find my apartment door unlocked. I stood in the hallway, key in hand, staring at the handle that turned too easily. I lived alone. I always locked my door. Always. The building was secure, you needed a key fob to get into the lobby, and the landlord had given me exactly 2 copies when I moved in. One on my keychain, one hidden in my desk at school. I should have called the police. Should have turned around and left. But I'd left my laptop inside, my work files, my students' progress reports. And some stupid, stubborn part of me refused to be driven out of my own home. I pushed the door open slowly. Hello? Silence. The apartment was dark, exactly as I'd left it that morning. I flicked on the lights. Nothing looked disturbed. Kitchen clean, living room untouched, bedroom door closed like always. Maybe I'd forgotten to lock it. Maybe I'd been distracted this morning, rushed because I'd stayed up late finishing lesson plans. It was possible. Plausible. Except I never forgot. I had anxiety about that specifically, always double-checked, always tested the handle. But exhaustion could make you forgetful, right? I checked every room, every closet, even under the bed like a child afraid of monsters. Nothing. No one. I was alone. I locked the door, tested it 3 times, and tried to shake off the unease. But I barely slept that night, every small sound jerking me awake. The building settling. The neighbor's TV through the wall. My own heartbeat, too loud in the darkness. The next day at work, I was a mess. Coffee couldn't touch the exhaustion. My teaching assistant, Priya, kept asking if I was okay, and I kept lying. The kids were doing a painting project, and I stood at the back of the classroom, watching them splatter colors across paper with pure, unselfconscious joy, and felt so disconnected from that simplicity. During lunch, I checked my personal email on my phone. And there, nestled between a promotional email from Target and a newsletter I kept forgetting to unsubscribe from, was a message from an address I didn't recognize. Subject line: "You made a mistake." No name. Just those 4 words. I opened it before I could think better of it. "You humiliated me. You think you can just walk away? You think you can disrespect me in front of people who matter and there won't be consequences? You're going to regret this. I'm going to make sure you understand what you've done." My hands went numb. The phone almost slipped from my grip. I read it again, searching for some indication it wasn't from Marcus, but I knew. I knew his writing style, his tendency toward dramatic victim narratives. This was him. I forwarded the email to a new contact I created, evidence, just in case, and then I did call the police. The officer who came to take my report was young, looked barely out of the academy, with a sympathetic expression that made me feel both seen and patronized. He took notes while I explained the breakup, the texts, the car, the unlocked door, the email. "Has he explicitly threatened violence?" the officer asked. "He said there would be consequences. That I'd regret it." "But no specific threat of physical harm?" "No, but here's the situation, ma'am." He closed his notepad with a little snap that felt dismissive. "Without a direct threat or evidence of stalking, like documented repeated unwanted contact, there's not much we can do. The email is concerning, but it's vague. The unlocked door could be a mistake on your part. The car could belong to anyone. So what do I do? Document everything. Keep records of any contact he makes. Consider a restraining order if the behavior escalates. And maybe stay with a friend for a few days, just to be safe." Stay with a friend. As if that solved anything? As if Marcus wouldn't know where my friends lived, wouldn't be able to figure out where I'd run. But the officer was already standing, already moving toward the door, and I understood I was on my own. I didn't go to a friend's house. I stayed in my apartment, doors and windows locked, a kitchen knife under my pillow like some final girl in a horror movie. Ridiculous. Melodramatic. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was building, some storm gathering strength. 2 days passed without incident. No emails. No signs of the silver sedan. I started to relax, started to think maybe Marcus had gotten it out of his system. Maybe the email had been a momentary rage, a way to make himself feel powerful before moving on. Then I got home from work on Friday to find a package outside my door. Plain brown box, no return address, my name printed on a label in generic courier font. I almost didn't bring it inside. Almost left it in the hallway for someone else to deal with. But what if it was something innocent? A late birthday gift from my mom, sent to the wrong address before being redirected? I brought it inside. Set it on my kitchen counter. Stared at it while my rational brain warred with my instincts. I opened it. Inside, nestled in bubble wrap, were photographs. Dozens of them. Printed on glossy photo paper, scattered loose in the box. Photographs of me. Leaving my apartment building. Walking to my car. At the grocery store. Coming out of my school. At the coffee shop I went to every Saturday morning. Some were recent, I recognized the outfit I'd worn 3 days ago. Others were older, from before the breakup, from when I'd still thought Marcus was just insecure and not dangerous. My hands shook as I shuffled through them. There were so many. How long had he been doing this? How long had he been following me, documenting my movements, building this collection? At the bottom of the box was a note, handwritten on plain white paper in Marcus's distinctive scrawl. "You think you're so smart. You think you won. But I know where you are every second of every day. I know your routine, your patterns, your weaknesses. You're not safe. You're never going to be safe. Not until you apologize. Not until you make this right." I dropped the photos like they were burning. Grabbed my phone with numb fingers. Called 911. "There's someone stalking me," I said when the dispatcher answered. "He sent me photos. He's been following me. I need help." This time, the police took it seriously. 2 officers came, a man and a woman, and they actually looked alarmed when they saw the photographs. They bagged them as evidence. They took the note. They asked me detailed questions about Marcus, full name, address, workplace, vehicle description. They asked if I felt safe staying in my apartment. "We can have a patrol car drive by regularly," the female officer said. Her name tag read Martinez. "But honestly, if you have somewhere else you can stay, that would be better. This level of surveillance is concerning." "I don't have anywhere," I said, and hated how small my voice sounded. "My family's 3 states away. My friends all have roommates or small apartments. I don't want to put anyone in danger. What about a hotel? For how long? I can't afford to live in a hotel indefinitely. Martinez exchanged a glance with her partner. We'll talk to him. Issue a warning. See if we can get a judge to approve a temporary restraining order based on this evidence. That might be enough to scare him off. And if it's not? She didn't answer. She didn't need to. We both knew that restraining orders were often just paper, powerless to stop someone determined to do harm. After they left, I sat on my couch in the dark, curtains drawn, and tried to figure out how my life had become this. 6 months ago, I'd been happy. Busy with work, dating someone I thought I loved, planning a future. Now I was alone in the dark with a knife under my pillow, afraid of every sound, every shadow. All because I'd finally stood up for myself. All because I'd used his own weapon against him. Was it worth it? I kept asking myself that over the following days. The police did talk to Marcus. Issued a warning. Applied for a restraining order that was granted with surprising speed. The photographs had been damning evidence of obsessive behavior. I was told to call immediately if he violated the order, if he came within 100 yards of me or attempted any contact. For a week, it seemed to work. No more photos. No emails. No silver sedan. I started sleeping through the night again. Started to believe maybe the legal system had actually protected me for once. I should have known better. The kindergarten where I taught was small, housed in a cheerful yellow building with a fenced playground and murals painted on the walls. I'd worked there for 3 years, knew every teacher, every parent, every quirk of the building. It was my safe space, the one place where I could forget about Marcus and focus on something pure and good. On a Tuesday morning, crisp and bright with autumn cold, I was setting up the classroom for the day. Alphabet charts on the walls. Markers organized by color. Storytime rug swept clean. My students would arrive in 20 minutes, a flood of tiny humans with limitless energy and questions. I heard footsteps in the hallway. Heavy, determined. Wrong. The door opened before I could react. Marcus stood in the doorway. He looked terrible. Unshaven, hair unwashed, eyes red-rimmed and wild. His shirt was wrinkled like he'd slept in it. But it was his expression that terrified me, that fixed, intense stare that said he was beyond reason, beyond caring about consequences. We need to talk, he said. You can't be here. My voice was steady, teacher voice, the tone I used to correct misbehavior. But my heart was slamming against my ribs. You're violating the restraining order. You need to leave. Not until you listen. He stepped inside, closing the door behind him. Locking it. Marcus, please. You ruined my life. His voice cracked, rising toward a shout. Trevor told everyone what you said. Everyone. My entire friend group thinks I'm a joke now. My sister won't talk to me. My coworkers heard about it, someone from the restaurant knew someone at my office, and now people look at me differently. All because you couldn't take a little teasing. It wasn't teasing. It was cruelty. I was trying to help you. He moved closer, backing me toward the reading corner. You're sensitive about your weight, so I was motivating you to lose it. You're not the smartest person, so I was managing expectations before someone said something worse. I was protecting you. The logic was so twisted, so genuinely delusional, that I almost laughed. Almost. But there was nothing funny about the way his hands were clenching and unclenching, the way his eyes weren't quite focusing right. I'm calling the police, I said, reaching for my phone. He was faster. He grabbed my wrist, squeezed hard enough to bruise. My phone clattered to the floor. You're going to apologize, he said. You're going to admit you overreacted. You're going to tell everyone you were wrong about me. Let go of me. Not until you apologize. I'm not apologizing for defending myself. His grip tightened. Pain shot up my arm. You think you're so strong now? So independent. But you're nothing without me. You're a kindergarten teacher. You make nothing. You are nothing. And I could destroy you so easily. But you won't, said a voice from the doorway. We both turned. Priya stood there, phone raised, camera pointed directly at us. Behind her, 2 other teachers and our principal, Miss Chen, a tiny woman with steel in her spine. The police are already on their way, Miss Chen said calmly. And we've recorded everything you just said. You have 3 seconds to let go of her arm before I personally make sure you never work in tech again. Marcus dropped my wrist. Stared at the phone, at the witnesses, at the situation crumbling around him. And I saw the moment he realized he'd gone too far, crossed a line he couldn't uncross. "This isn't over," he said, but his voice was weak now, desperate. "Yes," I said, rubbing my wrist where red marks were already blooming. "It is." The police arrived within minutes. They arrested Marcus right there in my classroom, handcuffed him while he shouted about how I'd driven him to this, how it was all my fault, how I'd made him desperate. I gave my statement with Priya's arm around my shoulders, and Ms. Chen held my hand like I was one of her students who'd skinned a knee. They charged him with stalking, harassment, violating a restraining order, and attempted assault. The video from Priya's phone, combined with the photographs and emails, painted a clear picture of escalating obsession. His lawyer tried to argue mental distress, but the prosecution showed the jury his carefully planned surveillance, the deliberate campaign of intimidation. He got 18 months. Not enough, not nearly enough, but more than I'd hoped for. And me? I'm still here. Still teaching kindergarten. Still living in the same apartment, though I changed the locks and installed a security system. Still processing what happened, working through it with a therapist who specializes in intimate partner abuse, because that's what it was, even if I didn't want to call it that for a long time. Sometimes my students ask why I flinch at sudden movements. Why I check the parking lot before walking to my car. Why I keep my phone charged at 100% at all times. I tell them Ms. Martinez is just careful, and they accept it with the easy trust of children who haven't learned yet how much harm people can do to each other. The silver sedan is gone. The photos are sealed in evidence bags somewhere. The emails are deleted. But the fear, that took longer to shake. Still takes time, honestly. I catch myself looking over my shoulder. Checking locks multiple times. Scanning crowds for his face even though I know he's still incarcerated. But I also notice other things now. How often women laugh at jokes that hurt them. How many times I hear too sensitive or can't take a joke used to silence legitimate pain. How we're trained from childhood to accept cruelty disguised as humor, to doubt our own reactions, to prioritize other people's comfort over our own boundaries. I teach my kindergarteners that it's not a joke if someone's feelings are hurt. That I was just kidding doesn't erase harm. That they're allowed to say that's not funny without being accused of overreacting. It's a small thing, probably insignificant in the grand scheme, but maybe one of them will grow up remembering. Maybe one of them will stand up for themselves sooner than I did. Was it worth it? Standing up to Marcus, throwing his cruelty back at him, refusing to shrink myself anymore? Yes. Even with everything that followed. Even with the fear and the stalking and the photographs and the moment when he cornered me in my own classroom. Because I learned something essential, I'd rather be unsafe and authentic than safe and erased. Marcus thought my vulnerability was weakness. Thought my kindness meant I'd tolerate anything. Thought he could mold me into someone small enough to make him feel big. And for months, I let him. I absorbed his insults, swallowed my anger, convinced myself that love meant sacrifice. But love isn't supposed to hurt. It's not supposed to make you smaller. Real love, the kind worth having, makes you braver, not more afraid. I didn't deserve what Marcus did to me. The public humiliation, the surveillance, the psychological torture of never feeling safe. But I also didn't deserve what I did to myself, the months of accepting abuse, of gaslighting myself into thinking I was overreacting, of prioritizing his ego over my dignity. If I could go back to that dinner, to the moment when I made my joke about his hairline and salary, would I do it differently? No. Not because I'm vindictive or because revenge felt good, though honestly, for about 30 seconds, it really did. But because that moment was the first time in months I'd chosen myself. The first time I'd said, clearly and publicly, you don't get to treat me this way. The first time I'd refused to be complicit in my own diminishment. Everything that came after, the stalking, the fear, the restraining order, the trial, those were Marcus's choices. His responsibility. His consequences for refusing to accept that other people have boundaries, feelings, and the right to defend themselves. I didn't make him dangerous. I just stopped pretending he wasn't. 3 months after the trial, I got a letter from him. Forwarded through his lawyer, since direct contact was prohibited. Part of me wanted to throw it away unopened, burn it, pretend it didn't exist. But another part, the part that had survived all of this and was still standing, was curious. I opened it in my therapist's office, with her sitting across from me, ready to process whatever fresh manipulation he'd crafted. It was short. Handwritten. His distinctive scrawl, but neater than usual, like he'd taken time to compose it. You were right. I was cruel to you. I told myself I was joking, but I knew it hurt you. I knew it every time, and I did it anyway because it made me feel powerful. Because when you were small, I felt big. I don't expect you to forgive me. I don't deserve forgiveness. But I wanted you to know that I understand now what I did. What I am. I'm sorry. I'm working on being better. I hope you're okay. My therapist watched me read it twice. How do you feel? I don't know, I said honestly. Part of me wants to believe he means it. Part of me thinks it's just another manipulation. Both can be true. Do I respond? Do you want to? I thought about it. Thought about Marcus in prison, maybe genuinely confronting what he'd done. Maybe finally understanding the pain he'd caused. Maybe changing into someone better, someone safe. Or maybe just learning to craft more effective apologies. No, I said finally. Whatever work he's doing, that's his journey. Mine is separate now. I put the letter in a folder with all the other evidence, all the documentation of those dark months. Someday, maybe I'd look at it again. Maybe I'd see it as closure, as proof that speaking up had mattered. But that day, in my therapist's office with afternoon sun slanting through the blinds, I just felt tired. Tired and relieved and ready to talk about something else. Ready to be more than what Marcus had made me. It's been almost a year now since that dinner. Since I made a joke that ended a relationship and started a nightmare and ultimately forced me to become braver than I'd ever planned to be. I still teach kindergarten. Still live in my apartment with its new locks and security cameras. Still see my therapist every week. But I also started dating again. Carefully, slowly, with boundaries I never knew I needed. I went on 3 dates with a man who made a joke about my job being just babysitting, and I walked out immediately. No explanation, no second chance. Just stood up, left money for my coffee, and walked away. It felt incredible. I joined a women's self-defense class. Learned how to break grips, how to strike vulnerable points, how to carry myself with a kind of confidence that says I'm not an easy target. I'll probably never need those skills. But knowing I have them makes me stand a little taller. My students made me a card for Teacher Appreciation Day. 23 signatures in crayon, hearts drawn with varying degrees of success, glitter that's still embedded in my carpet. The message, dictated to Priya and written in her careful script, "Thank you for teaching us to be brave." I cried in the bathroom during lunch. Because that's what this whole mess was about, wasn't it? Being brave. Standing up. Refusing to be diminished. It shouldn't have been necessary. I shouldn't have had to fight for basic respect from someone who claimed to love me. But once the fight was inevitable, once I'd recognized I was in a war I hadn't chosen, I'm glad I fought back. Even if it cost me. Even if I'm still paying. Even if, some nights, I wake up convinced I hear footsteps in the hallway, convinced the nightmare isn't over. Because it's not over, not really. Marcus gets out in 9 months. He'll have served his time, completed whatever programs they make him do, and then he'll be free. Free to go wherever he wants, do whatever he wants, contact whoever he wants within the confines of the law. And I'll be here, living my life, teaching my students, trying not to think about what happens when he's released. My therapist says fear is reasonable but doesn't have to be consuming. That I can prepare without being paralyzed. That I've already proven I can protect myself, that I'm stronger than Marcus ever gave me credit for. I want to believe her. Most days, I do. But on the hard days, when the fear creeps back in and I find myself checking locks compulsively and scanning parking lots and jumping at shadows, I remind myself of that moment at the dinner table. That sharp, crystalline moment when I looked Marcus in the eye and refused to shrink. When I took his words and hurled them back, when I said clearly and publicly, "You don't get to do this to me." It wasn't about the joke. It was never about the joke. It was about reclaiming power. About drawing a line. About saying I matter when someone was trying very hard to convince me I didn't. And whatever happens next, whether Marcus moves on or comes back, whether I spend the rest of my life looking over my shoulder or eventually find peace, that moment will still matter. That choice will still count. I chose myself. Finally, definitively, I chose myself. And nobody, not Marcus or anyone else, can take that away from me. So if you're reading this and seeing yourself in my story, if you're the person laughing off jokes that hurt, if you're the one being told you're too sensitive, if you're shrinking yourself to make someone else comfortable, I want you to know something. You're not overreacting. Your feelings are valid. And you deserve better. It might cost you. Standing up might trigger exactly the kind of escalation I experienced, or worse. That's the cruel reality. Sometimes doing the right thing is also the dangerous thing. I can't promise you'll be safe. I can't promise it won't get worse before it gets better. But I can promise that staying small, staying silent, absorbing abuse to keep the peace, that has a cost too. A slower, quieter cost that eats away at who you are and you don't recognize yourself anymore. Only you can decide which risk to take. Which price to pay. I chose to speak. To fight back. To refuse the narrative that my pain was negotiable and his comfort was sacred. And yeah, it nearly destroyed me. But silence was destroying me too, just slowly enough that I didn't notice until I was already hollowed out. At least this way, I'm still here. Still whole, mostly. Still learning what it means to take up space without apologizing for it. Last week, I went to dinner with some friends, real friends, the kind who'd shown up during the trial, who'd sat with me through panic attacks and helped me install security cameras and never once suggested I was overreacting. We were at a Mexican restaurant, chips and salsa on the table, mariachi music playing too loud, and Sarah made a joke about her own terrible taste in men. Remember when I dated that guy who corrected my grammar in text messages? She said, laughing. Like, sir, this is a text, not a dissertation. I dated worse, Jasmine offered. My ex used to tell me my voice was annoying and I should talk less at parties. They both looked at me. Waiting. Giving me space to share or stay silent, whatever I needed. Mine told everyone I was too dumb to understand politics, I said. Then followed me for months when I finally left him. Silence for a beat. Then Sarah reached across the table and squeezed my hand. We're all here, she said simply. Still standing. Still standing, Jasmine echoed. And I realized something, I wasn't alone in this. So many women had versions of my story. Different details, same themes. The gradual erosion. The jokes that weren't jokes. The gaslighting. The moment of standing up. The consequences. We'd all paid prices for refusing to be small. But we were all still here. Still having dinner with friends. Still laughing. Still building lives that belong to us. The mariachi band started a new song, something fast and joyful, and Jasmine ordered another round of margaritas, and we spent the rest of the night talking about anything except terrible men. Work drama. Vacation plans. The ridiculous reality show we were all hate watching. Normal things. Beautiful, mundane, normal things. And when I got home that night, I didn't check my locks 3 times. Didn't scan the parking lot for silver sedans. Didn't lie awake imagining worst-case scenarios. I just went to bed. Tired in a good way. Content. It won't always be like this. I know that. There will be hard days ahead, moments when the fear comes rushing back, times when I question every choice I made. Trauma doesn't heal in a straight line. It circles back, resurfaces, demands to be felt again and again. But there will also be more nights like this one. More dinners with friends. More ordinary moments of peace. More proof that I'm building something real on the other side of that nightmare. Marcus thought he could break me. Thought that by making me afraid, by showing me how much power he had, he could force me back into the box where I'd been easier to manage. Where my feelings didn't matter and his ego was the only thing worth protecting. He was wrong. Not because I'm particularly brave or strong or special. But because once you've seen yourself clearly, once you've recognized that you've been accepting unacceptable things, that you've been complicit in your own diminishment, it's almost impossible to unsee it. Almost impossible to go back to pretending everything's fine. That moment at the dinner table didn't make me strong. It revealed strength I'd always had but had been trained to suppress. All those years of being told I was too sensitive, too emotional, too much, they'd convinced me my boundaries were the problem, not the people crossing them. But boundaries aren't the problem. They're the solution. And enforcing them, even when it's uncomfortable, even when it triggers conflict, even when it costs you relationships you thought you wanted, that's not cruelty. That's survival. I teach my kindergarteners that their bodies belong to them. That they can say no to hugs, even from relatives. That if something feels wrong, they should tell a trusted adult. That their feelings matter. I wish someone had taught me those things at 26. But I'm teaching myself now. Slowly and perfectly, with setbacks and breakthroughs and therapy sessions where I ugly cry into a box of tissues. I'm learning that I can be kind without being a doormat. That I can love people without losing myself. That standing up for myself doesn't make me difficult, it makes me human. Sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I think about that version of me who laughed off the first joke. The one who set down her cake and smiled and told herself it didn't matter. I want to go back and shake her. Want to tell her to leave right then, before it gets worse, before she learns to swallow insults like medicine. But I also understand her. She was doing what we're all taught to do, keeping the peace, being agreeable, not making a scene. She thought love meant accommodation. Thought relationships required sacrifice. Thought her discomfort was less important than his approval. She was wrong. But she was wrong in a way our whole culture encourages. So I'm gentle with her, that past version of myself. She did the best she could with what she knew. And eventually, when things got bad enough, when the pain outweighed the fear, she found her voice. She made a joke about a receding hairline and an entry-level salary. And changed everything. It's such a small thing, really. A handful of words. A moment of defiance at a dinner table. Shouldn't have been enough to trigger a nightmare. Shouldn't have been enough to reveal the monster hiding behind the boyfriend mask. But it was. And I'm glad. Not glad it happened. Not glad I was terrorized and stalked and frightened in my own classroom. But glad I found out who Marcus really was before things went any further. Glad I drew that line before I'd invested more years, more of myself, more of my life into someone who saw me as an accessory to his ego rather than a person with inherent worth. Some people say I provoked him. That I should have just broken up with him quietly, without the public humiliation. That my joke was cruel and I got what I deserved. Those people can go too, well, they can go away. Because here's what they're really saying, that women should accept abuse silently. That we should protect men's egos at the expense of our own dignity. That fighting back, even verbally, even with the exact same weapons being used against us, is somehow worse than the original abuse. I reject that completely. Marcus spent months publicly diminishing me. He made a performance of my humiliation, turned my pain into entertainment for his friends, and then gaslit me into thinking I was the problem for objecting. He created the dynamic. He set the rules. I just played by them. And when he lost, he couldn't handle it. That's on him. Not me. I'm done apologizing for defending myself. Done second-guessing my right to boundaries. Done accepting that my comfort matters less than some man's fragile ego. 9 months until Marcus gets out. 9 months to prepare, to plan, to make sure I'm as safe as I can be. I've already talked to the police about what happens when he's released. They'll notify me. They'll keep the restraining order active. They'll do welfare checks if I request them. It's not enough, probably, but it's something. I've told my principal, my coworkers, my friends. Everyone knows to watch for him, to call the police if he shows up anywhere near me. I've documented everything, backed up all the files, made sure the evidence of what he did is preserved in multiple places. I've done everything I can to protect myself. And if it's not enough, if Marcus comes back angry, if the system fails me, if the worst happens, at least I'll know I fought. That I didn't go quietly. That I refused to be erased. But honestly, I don't think it'll come to that. Because for all his bravado, all his threats, all his stalking and intimidation, Marcus is a coward. He's the kind of predator who only feels powerful when his victim is vulnerable. When she's alone, isolated, convinced she has no options. I'm not that person anymore. I have a network. I have witnesses. I have documentation and police reports and legal history that proves exactly what he is. I have self-defense training and security cameras and friends who will show up at 3 a.m. if I call. I have power. Real power, not the borrowed kind that comes from making others small. And predators like Marcus? They can smell that. They know when the game has changed. When the prey has become too risky to pursue. So yeah, I'm scared sometimes. I'm cautious. I'm vigilant in ways I wish I didn't have to be. But I'm not helpless. And I'm not alone. And I'm not sorry for the joke I made at that dinner table. Not even a little bit. Because it wasn't about the hairline or the salary. It was about drawing a line in the sand and saying, I matter. My feelings matter. And you don't get to treat me this way. That's not cruelty. That's not provocation. That's not me being too sensitive or unable to take a joke. That's self-respect. And if Marcus, or anyone else, can't handle that? That's their problem to solve, not mine. I'm done making myself smaller to accommodate people who should be growing up. I'm done. And I'm free. Mostly. Because here's the thing they don't tell you about freedom after trauma, it's not a clean break. It's not a movie ending where the credits roll and everything's fine. It's messy and complicated, and some days you feel like a warrior, and other days you feel like that scared woman standing in her apartment doorway, staring at an unlocked door and trying to decide if she's brave enough to go inside. 2 weeks after that dinner with Sarah and Jasmine, I had one of the bad days. It started normal enough. Coffee. Shower. Drive to work singing along to the radio. My students were doing a unit on community helpers, and I planned this whole activity where they'd make paper firefighter hats and police badges. Simple. Fun. The kind of day that usually energizes me. But then, during morning circle time, little Emma raised her hand and said, "Ms. Martinez, why do people hurt each other?" Out of nowhere. Completely unprompted. Just this profound existential question from a 5-year-old in a Disney princess shirt. I opened my mouth to give some age-appropriate answer about people making mistakes and learning to be kind. But the word stuck in my throat. Because how do you explain to a child that sometimes people hurt you on purpose? That sometimes they enjoy it? That sometimes the person who says they love you is the most dangerous person in the room? You don't. You can't. So I said something gentle about how everyone makes choices, and good choices help people, and bad choices hurt them, and we practice making good choices every day. Emma seemed satisfied. The other kids nodded and we moved on to the firefighter hat craft. But I couldn't shake it. That question followed me through the rest of the day, through lunch duty and afternoon recess and pickup time. Why do people hurt each other? I thought about Marcus. About Trevor and Shanice sitting at that table, laughing nervously at my humiliation because what else could they do? About all the people at all the parties who'd heard Marcus tear me down and said nothing? About the systems that tell women to be quiet, to be nice, to not make a scene. About how much easier it is to hurt someone than to defend them. By the time I got home, I was exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with corralling 23 kindergarteners. I made toast for dinner because actual cooking felt impossible. Sat on my couch in the dark, curtains open for once because I was tired of living like I was in hiding. My phone buzzed. Text from my mom, "Just checking in, sweetie. How are you doing?" My mom had been amazing through all of this. She'd offered to fly out, to let me move back home, to hire a private investigator to make sure that boy stays away from you. I declined all of it, wanting to prove I could handle this myself. But her steady presence, her check-ins, her refusal to say "I told you so" even though she'd had reservations about Marcus from the start, it meant everything. I typed back, "One of those days. But I'm okay." 3 dots appeared immediately. Then, "You don't have to be okay all the time. You know that, right?" And something in me just cracked open. I called her. She answered on the first ring, and before she could even say hello, I was crying. Not pretty crying. The ugly kind, where your face gets blotchy and your nose runs and you can barely get words out between sobs. "I'm so tired," I said. "I'm so tired of being scared and angry and having to be strong all the time. I'm tired of checking my locks and looking over my shoulder and explaining to people why I'm jumpy. I'm tired of Marcus taking up space in my head when he doesn't even deserve to be there. I just want to be normal again." My mom let me cry. Didn't try to fix it or minimize it or tell me to look on the bright side. Just listened, occasionally making soft comforting noises, letting me fall apart over the phone. When I finally ran out of tears, she said, "You are normal, honey. This is what normal looks like after trauma. You're not broken. You're healing. And healing isn't linear. I feel broken. I know. But you're not. You're one of the strongest people I know. I don't feel strong. Strength isn't about never being scared or never falling apart. It's about getting up anyway. And you've been getting up every single day. That's strength." We talked for another hour. About nothing and everything. She told me about the neighbor's new puppy, about the book club drama at church, about my dad's latest attempt at grilling that had resulted in semi-charred chicken. Normal things. Boring things. Things that reminded me there was a world beyond Marcus, beyond fear, beyond this chapter of my life that felt so consuming. When we hung up, I felt lighter. Not fixed, but lighter. Like maybe I could carry this after all. The next morning, I went to work early. Not because I had to, but because I wanted to. Because my classroom felt safe in a way my apartment didn't yet. Because my students were uncomplicated in their affection, demanding in their needs, and utterly indifferent to my trauma in the best possible way. Priya was already there, organizing supplies for art class. She looked up when I came in, smiled in that way that said she understood without needing explanations. "Rough night?" she asked. "Rough night," I confirmed. "But better morning." She nodded. "You want coffee? I'm making a run to that place you like." "The one with the good foam?" "The very same." "You're an angel." "I know. Oat milk, right?" "You really are an angel." She left, and I started setting up for the day. Arranging chairs in the circle. Putting out the morning activity, pattern blocks today, because the kids love them and I needed something that would keep them occupied while I took attendance. Checking that all the markers had caps, because there's a special chaos that comes from dried out markers. Simple tasks. Routine. The kind of thing that grounds you when your mind wants to spiral. When Priya came back with coffee, we sat at my desk and talked about her weekend, her boyfriend's terrible cooking, the reality show we were both watching. Normal conversation. The kind that doesn't carry weight, doesn't demand emotional processing, just exists as a pleasant way to start the day. "Can I ask you something?" she said eventually, stirring her coffee. "Always." "How do you do it?" "Show up every day, be present for the kids, act like everything's fine when I know you're still dealing with all the Marcus stuff." I thought about it. About how many times I'd ask myself the same question. How many mornings I'd seriously considered calling in sick, staying in bed, hiding from the world. "I don't act like everything's fine," I said slowly. I separate it, I guess. Like, yes, the Marcus stuff is real and scary and ongoing. But it's not the only real thing. These kids are real too. Their needs are real. The work is real. And it matters. Maybe more than anything else, it matters. "That's really mature of you." I laughed. "Trust me, there's nothing mature about ugly crying to your mom at 9 p.m. on a Tuesday. This is just the public-facing version. The functional version. Still, you're handling it better than I would. You'd be surprised what you can handle when you don't have a choice." The kids started arriving then, a trickle that became a flood. Tiny backpacks, light-up shoes, exciting stories about pets and siblings and the bug they saw on the way to school. The beautiful chaos of morning routine swallowed us up, and for a few hours, I got to be just a teacher. Not a survivor, not a victim, not a woman processing trauma. Just Ms. Martinez, helping kids learn letters and numbers and how to share the blue crayon. It was enough. For those few hours, it was enough. At lunch, I sat in the teacher's lounge scrolling through my phone. Sarah had sent a meme. Jasmine had shared an article about women's self-defense. My mom had texted a heart emoji. And then, buried in my email, was a message from Victim Services. The subject line, "Offender Release Update." My stomach dropped. Marcus wasn't supposed to be released for 9 more months. This couldn't be about early release. They would have given me more warning. Right? I opened it with shaking hands. "This email is to inform you that offender Marcus Chen has been transferred to a minimum security facility as part of his rehabilitation program. This does not affect his release date. You will continue to receive updates regarding his status and eventual release. If you have questions or concerns, please contact." Not early release. Just a transfer. But the fact that he was being moved to minimum security, that meant good behavior. That meant the system believed he was rehabilitating, becoming less dangerous. The system that, let's be honest, isn't always great at predicting which offenders will reoffend. I closed the email. Took a deep breath. Reminded myself that this changed nothing. He was still incarcerated. I was still safe. The restraining order was still in place. But the reminder that he was out there, existing, moving through the prison system one step closer to freedom, it was like a cold hand on the back of my neck. Priya found me sitting there, staring at nothing. "You okay?" "Marcus got transferred to minimum security." "Oh." She sat down next to me. That's still not release though, right?" "Right. Still 9 months. Just a transfer." "But it freaked you out." "Yeah." She didn't say anything for a moment. Then, "You know what you need? A distraction. Come to dinner with me and Raj this weekend. Nothing fancy, just pizza and terrible movies. You can crash on our couch after if you don't feel like driving home. I don't want to impose. You're not imposing. I'm inviting. There's a difference." And just like that, I had plans. Something to look forward to that wasn't court dates or therapy appointments or safety planning. Just pizza and friends and terrible movies. Normal things. Beautiful, ordinary, normal things. That weekend, I went. Raj was charming and funny and made me laugh with his impression of their uptight neighbor. Priya ordered too much pizza like she always did. We watched a horror movie so bad it wrapped around to being good, throwing popcorn at the TV and shouting advice at characters making obviously terrible decisions. "Don't go in the basement," Raj yelled. "She's definitely going in the basement," Priya said. "Why do they always go in the basement?" I added. The character went in the basement. We all groaned. For 3 hours, I forgot to be scared. Forgot to check the locks. Forgot to look over my shoulder. I was just a woman in her 30s eating pizza with friends, making fun of a bad movie, living a completely unremarkable Saturday night. It was perfect. Driving home later, I felt something shift inside me. Not healing, that would take longer, might never be complete. But a recognition that life was still happening. That joy was still possible. That Marcus had taken a lot from me, but he hadn't taken everything. I still had work I loved. Students who needed me. Friends who showed up. A family who supported me. A future that belonged to me. And 9 months from now, when Marcus walked out of prison, I'd still have all of that. I'd be stronger, more prepared, surrounded by people who would stand with me. He'd be alone. With a criminal record. With burned bridges. With the reputation he'd built for himself through his own actions. I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. But not quite. Because he'd made his choices. I'd made mine. And I was living with the consequences of standing up for myself. He was living with the consequences of refusing to let me go. The scales, in their way, had balanced.
Story 5.
I found my fiancé texting his ex at 3 a.m., the night before our wedding. "I'm making a huge mistake, I've never stopped loving you." When I confronted him, he said, "It was just cold feet, baby. Please don't ruin everything." I quietly nodded and left. Now he's standing at the altar next to me as I read aloud all his messages. I'm getting married in 7 minutes, and I'm about to destroy my fiancé's life in front of everyone he's ever loved. Let me back up. Last night, technically this morning, I couldn't sleep. Wedding jitters, everyone said. Totally normal. My best friend Maya kept assuring me it was fine, that every bride feels like this. But it wasn't excitement keeping me awake. It was this gnawing sensation in my gut, like my body knew something my brain hadn't caught up to yet. At 2:47 a.m., I gave up on sleep entirely and decided to do what any anxious bride would do, obsessively check our wedding day timeline for the 100th time. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand and opened my Notes app, scrolling through vendor arrival times and photo shoot schedules. That's when I saw it. A notification from our shared cloud account. We'd set it up months ago for wedding planning, one place for contracts, inspiration photos, all that stuff. The notification said Marcus had just uploaded something. At 2:47 in the morning. The night before our wedding. My first thought was that it was sweet. Maybe he'd written me a letter, something romantic to read before I walked down the aisle. Marcus could be thoughtful like that. It's one of the reasons I fell for him. I tapped the notification. The file was labeled Screenshots, Do Not Open. And look, I'm not proud of what I did next. I know everyone says you shouldn't go looking for trouble, that snooping never ends well. But here's the thing, when someone you're about to marry labels something Do Not Open and uploads it at 3 in the morning, you open it. You just do. The first screenshot loaded, and my heart stopped. It was a text conversation between Marcus and someone named L with a black heart emoji next to the name. The messages were from earlier that night, while I'd been at my parents' house for the rehearsal dinner, while Marcus was supposedly hanging out with his groomsmen at his brother's place. L, are you really going through with this? Marcus, I don't know. I keep thinking about you. About us. L, then don't do it. You know where you belong. Marcus, it's complicated. Everything's already paid for. Everyone's here. L, so you're marrying her because of money? Because people showed up? That's insane, Marcus. Marcus, I'm making a huge mistake. I've never stopped loving you. I sat there in my childhood bedroom, surrounded by bridesmaid gifts and my wedding dress hanging on the closet door, and I couldn't breathe. Physically could not pull air into my lungs. There were more screenshots. Dozens of them. I scrolled through 4 months of messages. Messages that started the week after Marcus proposed. Messages where he told this person, L, his ex-girlfriend Lindsay, I realized with a sickening jolt, that he missed her. That proposing to me was impulsive. That he wasn't sure he could go through with it. And her responses. Oh my gosh, her responses were worse. She was coaching him through it, telling him exactly what to say to keep me calm and committed while he figured things out. She told him to love bomb me, to plan elaborate date nights, to post constantly on social media about how happy we were. Make her feel secure, Lindsay had written. The more secure she feels, the less she'll question anything. It had worked. I'd fallen for all of it. The last message from Lindsay, sent at 2:34 a.m., made my hands shake. When you're done playing house, you know where to find me. I'll be waiting. I've always been waiting. Marcus had responded, soon. I promise. Then he'd screenshotted the entire conversation and uploaded it to our shared drive. Why? Why would he do that? It took me a moment to understand. He was keeping receipts. Evidence. He was planning to leave me, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next month, but eventually, and he wanted proof that he'd warned Lindsay, that he'd kept her in the loop. Maybe he thought I'd never see it. Maybe he was just that careless with his betrayal. I don't know how long I sat there. Long enough that my phone battery dropped to 30%. Long enough that the skies started turning that thin, gray color that comes before sunrise. I should have called it off. Should have woken up my parents, canceled everything, sent everyone home. That's what a rational person would do. But I wasn't feeling rational. I was feeling something else entirely. Something cold and precise and completely calm. I got dressed in silence. Leggings, hoodie, sneakers. I drove to the 24-hour print shop downtown, the one that's always open for business emergencies. The clerk barely looked up when I came in. I plugged in my phone and printed every single screenshot. 67 pages total. Then I drove to the church. It was 4:15 a.m. The building was dark and locked, but I had the key. The wedding coordinator had given it to me weeks ago in case of emergencies. I let myself in through the side entrance and walked down the aisle, my footsteps echoing in the empty space. The altar looked different in the dark. Bigger somehow. More imposing. I sat in the front pew and cried for exactly 10 minutes. I timed it on my phone. 10 minutes to fall apart, and then I had to pull myself together because there was work to do. By 5 a.m., I had a plan. By 6 a.m., I'd modified my vows. By 7 a.m., I was back at my parents' house, climbing into bed fully dressed, when my mom knocked on the door with coffee and asked if I'd slept well. Like a baby, I told her. The day moved in this strange, dreamlike blur. Hair and makeup. Mimosas with the bridesmaids. Photos in my mom's garden. Everyone kept telling me I looked radiant. Glowing. The happiest they'd ever seen me. I smiled. I laughed. I posted a picture on Instagram with the caption "Here we go," ring emoji, sparkles emoji. Maya pulled me aside during hair and makeup, gripping my hand. How are you feeling? Really? Perfect, I said. Everything's perfect. She studied my face for a long moment, like she was trying to read something beneath the surface. Then she hugged me hard and whispered, "I'm so happy for you." I almost told her. Almost pulled her into the bathroom and showed her the screenshots burning a hole in my clutch. But I didn't. I couldn't risk anyone stopping me. Marcus texted me around noon, "Can't wait to marry you. I'm the luckiest man alive." I didn't respond. He texted again an hour later, "Everything okay? You're quiet today." I sent back a single heart emoji. Nothing else. His response came immediately, "Love you, baby. See you at the altar." The word baby made my skin crawl. He'd used it in his text to Lindsay too. Baby, I promise I'll figure this out. Baby, just give me time. It was a placeholder. A word you use when you can't remember which woman you're talking to. The wedding was at 4 o'clock. By 3:45, I was in the bridal suite with my dad, and he was crying. "You look just like your mother did on our wedding day," he said, his voice breaking. "I'm so proud of you, sweetheart. Marcus is a good man. He's going to take care of you." I hugged him and felt his tears soak into the shoulder of my dress. My father, who'd worked overtime for 6 months to help pay for this wedding. Who'd spent last night giving a toast about how Marcus was the son he'd always wanted. Who believed, with his whole heart, that he was about to watch his daughter marry someone who loved her. "Thanks, Dad," I whispered. The music started. The processional. I heard the rustle of 300 guests standing up in the sanctuary. "Ready?" my dad asked. I nodded. We walked to the doors, and my mom appeared, fussing with my veil. "You're stunning," she breathed. "Absolutely stunning." The doors opened. The sanctuary was packed. Every seat filled. Our families, our friends, Marcus's entire office. People had flown in from 3 different states for this. The flowers were perfect, white roses and peonies, exactly like I'd planned. The string quartet played our song, the one from our first date. And there, at the end of the aisle, stood Marcus. He looked good. Better than good. His tuxedo fit perfectly, his hair was styled just right, and when he saw me, his face broke into this enormous smile. Like he was genuinely happy. Like he loved me. For a split second, I almost believed it. I walked down that aisle on my father's arm, and every step felt surreal. Maya was crying in the front row. Marcus's mom had her hands clasped over her heart. The photographer was capturing every moment, exactly like we'd planned. When we reached the altar, my dad kissed my cheek and shook Marcus's hand, and I watched them exchange this look of mutual respect and affection. Then my dad sat down, and it was just me and Marcus, standing face to face. "Hi," Marcus whispered, his eyes bright. "Hi," I said back. The officiant, Marcus's uncle, a retired pastor, started the ceremony. He welcomed everyone, made a joke about how he'd known Marcus since he was in diapers, and got a big laugh. Then he launched into the standard wedding speech. Love and commitment. Partnership and trust. For better or worse. I barely heard any of it. My heartbeat was so loud in my ears that everything else sounded muffled and distant. Then came the vows. "Marcus," the officiant said, "would you like to go first?" Marcus nodded and pulled a folded paper from his jacket pocket. His hands were shaking slightly. Nerves, everyone would think. Sweet, endearing nerves. He cleared his throat. "Allie," he began, and his voice caught. "From the moment I met you, I knew you were special. You're smart and funny and beautiful, and you make me want to be a better person. You challenge me. You support me. You love me even when I don't deserve it." He paused, looking at me with those big brown eyes that I'd once found so honest. "I promise to be faithful to you. To honor you. To choose you, every single day, for the rest of my life. I can't wait to build our future together. I love you." The guests made soft, appreciative noises. Someone sniffled. Marcus folded his vows carefully and tucked them back in his pocket, then reached for my hands. His palms were sweaty. "Allie?" the officiant prompted. "Your turn." I took a deep breath. "Actually," I said, my voice carrying clear and steady across the sanctuary, "I'd like to do something a little different." Marcus's smile flickered. "Just for a second." "Sure," the officiant said, looking pleasantly surprised. "Whatever you'd like." I let go of Marcus's hands and reached into my bouquet. I'd hidden the folded papers there earlier, tucked between the roses where no one could see them. I pulled them out now, all 67 pages, though I'd only need a few, and unfolded them slowly. "See, Marcus made me realize something important," I said, looking directly at him. His face had gone pale. "He made me realize that love isn't just about pretty words. It's about truth. About being honest with a person standing in front of you." "Allie," Marcus said quietly. "What are you?" So in the spirit of truth, I continued, my voice louder now, projecting to the back rows, "I'd like to share some messages Marcus sent to his ex-girlfriend Lindsay. Last night. At 3 a.m. The sanctuary went completely silent. 300 people, and you could have heard a pin drop. I started reading. "I don't know. I keep thinking about you. About us." I looked up at Marcus. His mouth was open, his face frozen in horror. "It's complicated. Everything's already paid for. Everyone's here." "Allie, stop," Marcus hissed. "This isn't, you don't understand. I'm making a huge mistake," I read, my voice steady. "I've never stopped loving you." Gasps rippled through the crowd. I saw Maya's hand fly to her mouth. Marcus's mother stood up halfway, then sat back down like her legs had given out. "That's from last night," I said. Around 10 p.m., while I was at the rehearsal dinner. While Marcus was supposedly with his groomsmen. I flipped to another page. But wait, there's more. "These are from 2 weeks ago. I miss waking up next to you. Allie doesn't do that thing you used to do in the mornings." "Stop it," Marcus said, louder now. "Allie, please, this is insane." "Oh, you want me to stop?" I turned to face him fully. "Like how you stopped texting Lindsay? Like how you stopped lying to me every single day for 4 months?" His face was bright red now. "It's not what it looks like. I swear, I can explain." "Great," I said brightly. "Please explain. Everyone's listening." I gestured to the packed sanctuary. "Tell all these people, our families, our friends, everyone who flew across the country to watch you marry me, tell them how you've been planning to leave me for your ex. How she's been coaching you on how to keep me distracted. How you called our entire relationship playing house." Marcus's jaw worked, but no sound came out. "No?" I prompted. "Nothing? That's okay. I've got more." I shuffled the papers. Someone in the crowd, I think it was Marcus's grandmother, made a strangled noise. "Allie, please," Marcus reached for the papers. but I stepped back. And my personal favorite, I said, finding the page I bookmarked with a pink post-it, from 3 days ago, I'll do the wedding because backing out now would make me look bad. But after the honeymoon, I'm done. I'll tell her I rushed into things. She'll be devastated, but she'll get over it. They always do. The sanctuary erupted. People were standing, shouting, crying. Marcus's brother jumped up and started toward the altar. My mother was sobbing into my father's shoulder. Maya looked like she wanted to murder someone. Marcus grabbed my arm, his fingers digging in hard enough to hurt. "You're ruining everything," he said through clenched teeth. His face was a mask of rage now, all the charm stripped away. "Do you have any idea what you've just done?" "I've told the truth," I said, yanking my arm free. "Something you apparently forgot how to do." "This is my family," he shouted. "My career. My reputation. You've humiliated me in front of everyone I know." "You've humiliated yourself," I shot back. "I just provided the evidence." The officiant stepped between us, his face stricken. "Perhaps we should take a moment." "There's nothing to take a moment for," I said. I turned to face the crowd, my voice ringing out over the chaos. "The wedding's off. Obviously. But please, stay for the reception. The food's already paid for, and it would be a shame to waste it. Consider it a celebration of dodging a bullet." I handed my bouquet to Maya, who took it with shaking hands, her face tear-streaked and furious. Then I gathered up my dress and walked down the aisle. Everyone stared as I passed. Some faces were shocked, some sympathetic, some openly gleeful at the drama. I held my head high and kept walking, my heels clicking against the marble floor. Behind me, I heard Marcus shouting my name. Heard his mother wailing. Heard the officiant trying unsuccessfully to calm everyone down. I pushed open the sanctuary doors and stepped out into the late afternoon sun. The air smelled like cut grass and flowers. A couple of guests who'd been smoking outside stared at me, confused. "Wedding's cancelled," I told them cheerfully. "But there's an open bar at the reception if you're interested." I walked to the parking lot where the limo was waiting to take us to photos. The driver, an older man in a black suit, straightened up when he saw me coming. "Change of plans," I said. "Can you take me to my apartment instead?" He looked past me at the church, where people were starting to stream out, most of them on their phones. "Everything okay, miss?" "Getting better by the second," I said. The limo dropped me off 20 minutes later. I let myself into my apartment, not Marcus's, thank God we'd never moved in together, and closed the door behind me. Then I stood in the entryway in my wedding dress, surrounded by unopened gifts and welcome baskets, and waited to feel something. Relief? Anger? Regret? Instead, I felt nothing. Just this vast, empty calm. My phone started ringing. "Marcus." I declined the call. He called again immediately. Declined. Again. Declined. Then the texts started pouring in. "Marcus, Allie, please pick up. Marcus, we need to talk about this. Marcus, you can't just walk away. Marcus, I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. It was just cold feet. Please don't ruin everything." I laughed out loud at that last one. Don't ruin everything. As if everything hadn't already been ruined the moment he started texting Lindsay. My phone rang again, but this time it was Maya. I answered. "Are you okay?" She said immediately. "Where are you?" "I'm coming over." "I'm fine," I said. "I'm at my apartment. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Don't move." She hung up before I could argue. While I waited, I scrolled through the messages flooding in. Some from concerned friends. Some from distant relatives asking what happened. One from Marcus's mom that just said, "How could you do this to him?" Followed by 3 angry emojis. I blocked her number. Then I saw a message from a number I didn't recognize. "This is Lindsay. We need to talk." I stared at it for a long moment. Then I typed back, "No, we really don't. But thanks for the heads up about Marcus. Consider him all yours." Her response came immediately. "He said you were crazy. That you made all this up." "Of course he did," I wrote back. "Good luck with that." I blocked her too. Maya arrived exactly 10 minutes later, still in her bridesmaid dress, mascara smeared down her face. She took one look at me and burst into tears. "I'm so sorry," she sobbed, pulling me into a hug. "I'm so sorry. I should have known. I should have seen." "You couldn't have known," I said. "He was careful. That's the whole point." She pulled back, holding me at arm's length. "What do you need?" Name it. Anything. Help me get out of this dress, I said. It's starting to itch. We went to my bedroom and she unzipped me while I told her everything. The screenshots, the messages, the entire sordid timeline. By the end, she was crying again, but this time it was from rage. I'm going to kill him, she said seriously. I'm going to actually kill him. Get in line, I said. I changed into sweatpants and an old college t-shirt, and we ordered pizza. While we waited for it to arrive, I went through my phone and blocked Marcus on everything. Social media, messaging apps, email. Everywhere I could think of. What about all the wedding stuff? Maya asked. The gifts, the registry, I'll return everything, I said. Or donate it. I don't care. And your honeymoon tickets? Non-refundable. I shrugged. Maybe I'll go anyway. Bali's supposed to be nice. She stared at me. Are you in shock? Should I be worried? Probably, I admitted. But honestly? I feel weirdly okay. Like, this morning I was going to marry someone who was actively planning to leave me. Now I'm not. That's an improvement. Maya's phone buzzed. She glanced at it and her expression darkened. It's blowing up on social media. Someone posted video. Of course they did, I said. Do you want to see? Not really. She showed me anyway. It was grainy footage from someone's phone, but the audio was clear. You could hear my voice reading the texts, hear Marcus's shouted denials, hear the crowd's gasps. The caption read, "Bride exposes cheating groom at altar, scared face emoji, ring emoji." It had been viewed 40,000 times in less than an hour. Well, I said. At least I won't have to explain what happened to anyone. The pizza arrived, and we ate it on my couch while watching terrible reality TV and ignoring our phones. Around midnight, Maya finally went home, making me promise to call if I needed anything. Anything at all. I promised. Then I was alone. I took a shower, washed off all the expensive makeup and hairspray, and stood under the hot water until it started running cold. When I got out, I looked at myself in the mirror, just me, no veil or dress or false hope, and I started crying for the second time that day. Not for Marcus. Not really. But for the version of myself who'd woken up yesterday excited to get married, who'd believed in our future, who hadn't known yet that everything was a lie. I cried for her because she deserved to. Then I got into bed and fell asleep before my head hit the pillow. I woke up to 247 text messages. Most were from friends and family, either supportive or demanding explanations. A few were from Marcus's friends, calling me various creative names. One was from the wedding photographer, asking if I still wanted the pre-ceremony photos. I deleted all of them. Then I saw one from an unknown number. This is Lindsay. For real this time. Can we please talk? Marcus showed up at my apartment last night crying. He says you made everything up. I read it twice, considering. Then I screenshotted it and sent it to Marcus's number, along with one message. Thought you want to know your backup plan is wondering why you're crying to her about me. Then I blocked both numbers and turned off my phone. The next few days were a blur of returned gifts, canceled vendors, and sympathetic visitors. My parents came over every day, my dad looking like he'd aged 10 years and my mom stressed baking enough cookies to feed a small army. They kept asking if I was okay, if I wanted to talk about it, if there was anything they could do. I'm fine, I kept saying. Really? I wasn't sure if that was true, but I also wasn't sure it was false. I existed in this weird emotional limbo where I felt simultaneously devastated and liberated, humiliated and vindicated. Maya helped me box up all the wedding-related items and took them to donation centers. We worked in silence mostly, and I appreciated that she didn't try to fill every moment with reassurance or rage on my behalf. She just was there. On the third day, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. Against my better judgment, I answered. Allie? It's Tom. Marcus's brother. I almost hung up. If you're calling to yell at me, I'm not, he said quickly. I'm calling to apologize. For my family. For Marcus. For everything. I sat down on my couch, surprised. Okay. What he did was unforgivable, Tom continued. I had no idea. None of us did. And the way my mom talked to you, that text she sent, that was wrong. So wrong. Thanks, I said, and meant it. For what it's worth, he added quietly, you saved yourself years of misery. Better now than after kids, a mortgage, all of that. That's what I keep telling myself. After we hung up, I sat there for a long time thinking about alternate timelines. About the version of my life where I hadn't woken up at 2:47 a.m., hadn't checked my phone, hadn't seen that notification. Where I'd married Marcus and spent months or years slowly realizing he was planning his exit. Where I'd have lost time I could never get back. This way hurt like nothing I'd ever experienced. But Tom was right. It was better. A week after the wedding that wasn't, I went back to work. Everyone knew, of course. The video had been viewed over 2 million times at that point. My boss pulled me aside first thing and asked if I wanted to work from home for a while, but I said no. I needed the routine, the distraction, the normalcy. My coworkers were kind but awkward, not quite sure what to say. One of them, Jennifer from accounting, cornered me in the break room and whispered, "You're my hero." "I'm really not," I said. "Are you kidding? Do you know how many women stay in relationships with men who are clearly checked out?" "You walked away. In front of everyone. That takes guts." I hadn't thought about it like that. Mostly I'd been thinking about it as the most humiliating moment of my life. But maybe it was both. That night, I finally turned my phone back on and scrolled through social media. The video was everywhere, shared and reshared, with thousands of comments. Most were supportive. Some were cruel. A few suggested I'd fake the whole thing for attention. There was one comment, though, that stopped me cold. It was from a woman I didn't know. On a Facebook share of the video, this exact thing happened to me. I found texts from my husband's mistress 2 years into our marriage. But I didn't have the courage to leave. I stayed for 8 more years, and they were miserable. I wish I'd been brave enough to do what this bride did. I sat with that for a long time. Then I opened a new document on my laptop and started typing. Not for anyone else. Just for me. Everything that had happened, everything I'd felt, all the messy, complicated truth of it. Writing it out helped. Made it feel less like something that had happened to me and more like something I'd survived. 3 weeks later, I got an email from Marcus. He must have created a new address because I'd blocked his old one. The subject line read, "Please read this." I almost deleted it. My finger hovered over the trash icon. But curiosity, or maybe something darker, made me click. "Allie, I've spent the last 3 weeks trying to figure out what to say to you. I've written this email 100 times and deleted it every time because nothing feels adequate. I'm sorry. I know that doesn't fix anything. I know it's not enough. But I am so sorry. I was an idiot. A coward. I was scared of commitment and instead of being honest with you, I sabotaged everything. Lindsay was a mistake, she represented my past, and I got confused. I thought maybe I'd given up my freedom too fast, that I hadn't explored all my options. But I was wrong. So wrong. You were everything I needed, and I destroyed it. I'm not asking you to take me back. I don't deserve that. But I need you to know that losing you is the biggest regret of my life. I'll spend the rest of my days wishing I could undo it all. I hope you find someone who treats you the way you deserve. I hope you're happy. Marcus." I read it 3 times. Looking for what? An apology that felt genuine? An explanation that made sense? Some kind of closure? Instead, all I felt was tired. He was sorry now. Sorry that he'd been caught, sorry that he'd lost his family's respect, sorry that his reputation was in ruins. But sorry that he'd hurt me? I wasn't convinced. And even if he was, it didn't matter. Sorry doesn't unwrite texts. Doesn't unbreak trust. Doesn't give back the version of myself who'd believed in us. I typed a short response, "I hope you figure yourself out. For your sake and whoever's next. But don't contact me again." Then I sent it and immediately added his new email address to my block list. That night, I dreamed about the wedding for the first time since it happened. But in the dream, I wasn't at the altar reading the texts. I was walking down the aisle alone, no father giving me away, no groom waiting at the end. Just me, walking toward an empty space. And when I got there, I kept walking. Right past the altar, out the back doors, into sunshine so bright I had to shield my eyes. I woke up feeling lighter than I had in weeks. It's been 6 months now. 6 months since I found the text, since I stood at that altar and blew up my life in front of 300 people. The viral video has mostly died down, though I still get recognized occasionally. Usually at bars or coffee shops, where someone will do a double take and then whisper to their friend. A few brave souls have approached me to say they admired what I did. One woman bought me a drink and said, "You gave me the courage to leave my boyfriend. So thank you. I'm still not sure I deserve credit for courage." Mostly it felt like self-preservation. I went to Bali by myself and spent 2 weeks reading on beaches and learning to surf badly. I got a promotion at work. I adopted a cat named Pancake who's aggressively affectionate and knocks things off counters for fun. I don't check Marcus's social media anymore. I heard through mutual friends that he and Lindsay dated for about 6 weeks after the wedding debacle before imploding in a spectacular fight at a restaurant. He's apparently single now, living with his brother, and working on finding himself. Good luck with that. Some nights I still lie awake wondering if I did the right thing. If I should have handled it differently, less publicly. If I made it harder on myself by creating a moment that will follow me forever. But then I remember the alternative. Remember how I would have felt standing up at that altar, saying vows to someone who'd promised someone else he'd leave me. Remember how I would have felt on our honeymoon, or in our first apartment together, always wondering if this was the day he'd finally be honest. I saved myself from that. And yeah, the way I did it was messy and painful and humiliating. But I'm here. I'm okay. I'm rebuilding. And Marcus? Marcus is someone else's problem now. Last week, Maya and I were at a bar celebrating her new job when a woman approached our table. She looked nervous, clutching her phone. "Excuse me," she said, looking at me. "You're the bride from that video, right?" "The one who..." "Yeah," I said, bracing myself for whatever came next. "I just wanted to say thank you," she said. "My boyfriend proposed to me a few months ago, and I had this gut feeling something was off. But I ignored it because I thought I was just being paranoid. Then I saw your video, and I decided to do some investigating." She paused, her eyes shining with tears. "I found messages. Not quite as bad as yours, but bad enough. And I ended it. It hurt like anything, but I ended it." "Good for you," I said, and meant it. "So thank you," she said again. "For being brave enough to show the rest of us how it's done." After she walked away, Maya raised her glass. "To being brave," she said. "To being free," I corrected. We clinked glasses, and I looked around the bar at the people laughing and dancing and living their messy, complicated lives, and I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Hopeful. Because here's what I've learned: sometimes the worst thing that ever happens to you is also the best thing. Sometimes you have to blow up your entire life to build something better. Sometimes you have to stand at an altar and read betrayals aloud to remember that you're worth more than someone's backup plan. I'm not going to lie and say I'm glad it happened. That I'm grateful for the pain, for the public humiliation, for the loss of a future I'd planned down to the smallest detail. But I survived it. And that has to count for something. I catch my reflection in the bar mirror, me at 31, single, starting over, and I smile. Because I'm still here. Still standing. Still walking forward. And Marcus? Marcus is finally in my past where he belongs. Where he always should have been. 2 months after that night at the bar, something unexpected happened. I was at the grocery store, mindlessly tossing items into my cart: coffee, cat food, the expensive ice cream I'd started allowing myself without guilt, when I heard a familiar voice behind me. "Allie?" I turned around and there was David. David Chen, from college. We'd been in the same study group for organic chemistry, spent countless late nights in the library together, lost touch after graduation like you do. "David?" I said, genuinely surprised. "What are you doing here?" "I live here," he said, smiling. "Moved back 6 months ago for work." "What about you? Didn't you move too?" "I've been here the whole time," I said. "Just staying under the radar." His smile faltered slightly, and I realized he knew. Of course he knew. Everyone knew. "Look," he said, shifting his weight. "I saw the video. I hope that's not weird to say. And I wanted to tell you that what you did was incredible. Terrifying, but incredible." "Thanks," I said, waiting for the usual awkward silence that follow these conversations. But David didn't go quiet. Instead he said, "My sister went through something similar. Different circumstances, but the same basic betrayal. She stayed. Made excuses. Wasted 5 years on someone who didn't deserve 5 minutes. When I saw what you did, I texted her the video immediately." "Did it help?" I asked. "She finally left him last month," David said. "So yeah. It helped." We stood there in the cereal aisle, our carts parallel, and something passed between us. Not romantic, not yet, anyway, but something warm and real. "Are you free for coffee sometime?" he asked. "No pressure. Just. It'd be nice to catch up." I almost said no. Almost told him I wasn't ready, that I was still figuring things out, that the idea of sitting across from someone and making small talk felt exhausting. But then I thought about that woman at the bar. About David's sister. About all the messages I'd received from strangers telling me I'd help them find their own courage. Maybe it was time to take some of my own advice. Sure, I said. Coffee sounds good. We met 3 days later at a cafe downtown, the kind with mismatched furniture and local art on the walls. David was already there when I arrived, reading something on his phone. He looked up when I walked in and his whole face brightened. You made it, he said, standing. Did you think I'd bail? I asked, sliding into the chair across from him. Maybe a little, he admitted. I wasn't sure if you were just being polite. I don't do polite anymore, I said. Not after everything. We ordered coffee, black for him, oat milk latte for me, and for the first few minutes, we covered the basics. His job in tech, my promotion at work, memories of our brutal organic chemistry professor who'd failed half the class. Then, inevitably, the conversation shifted. Can I ask you something? David said. And you can tell me to back off if it's too personal. Shoot. What made you go through with it? He asked. The wedding, I mean. Most people would have called it off the night before. But you showed up. You went through with the whole ceremony just to expose him. Why? I thought about that for a moment, wrapping my hands around my warm mug. Honestly? I'm still not entirely sure, I said. Part of it was anger. Part of it was wanting him to feel the same humiliation I felt. But mostly. I paused, trying to find the right words. Mostly I think I needed witnesses. Does that make sense? Actually, yeah, David said. It does. Like, if I just called it off quietly, everyone would have asked questions. People would have taken his side, or tried to play mediator, or convinced me I was overreacting. They would have said things like cold feet happen or every couple has problems. But by doing it publicly, by showing everyone exactly what he'd said and done, there was no room for interpretation. No way for him to spin it or gaslight me or make me the villain. David nodded slowly. You controlled the narrative. I protected myself, I corrected. From becoming the bad guy in my own story. We talked for 2 hours. Then 3. The cafe started filling up with a lunch crowd, and we barely noticed. David told me about his messy divorce from a marriage that had ended 2 years ago, amicably, but still painfully. I told him about the therapy I'd started, about learning to trust my instincts again, about Pancake's reign of terror over my apartment. When we finally stood to leave, the sun was high and bright outside. This was really nice, David said. Can we do it again? I'd like that, I said, and surprised myself by meaning it. Over the next several weeks, David and I fell into an easy rhythm. Coffee twice a week. Then dinner. Then a Saturday afternoon at the art museum where we spent 20 minutes debating whether a particular sculpture was profound or just pretentious. He never pushed. Never asked for more than I was willing to give. And somehow, that made me want to give more. One night, we were at his apartment, a neat, minimalist space that somehow still felt warm, and I found myself telling him something I hadn't told anyone else. Sometimes I wonder if I loved Marcus at all, I said. We were on his couch, a respectable distance between us, splitting a bottle of wine. Or if I just loved the idea of him. The idea of being married, having that security, building a life with someone. Does it matter? David asked. What do you mean? I mean, whether it was real love or not, you still felt what you felt. You still built a life around him. You still got hurt when it fell apart. The label doesn't change any of that. I considered this. That's surprisingly wise. I have my moments, he said, smiling. Did you love your ex-wife? I asked. Yeah, he said without hesitation. I did. We just wanted different things. She wanted to move back to her hometown, be near her family. I had just gotten this job opportunity here. We tried to make it work long distance for a while, but it was brutal. Eventually we both realized we were holding each other back. That's sad, I said. It was, he agreed. But it was also the right thing. Sometimes love isn't enough if the logistics don't work. He paused. But what your ex did, that wasn't about logistics or timing or wanting different things. That was about him being a coward and a liar. Yeah, I said. It really was. David shifted slightly closer on the couch. Can I tell you something? Sure. When I saw that video, Before I even recognized it was you, my first thought was good for her. And then when I realized it was someone I actually knew, someone I'd respected back in college. I don't know. It made me want to find you. To tell you that you'd done something brave. He looked at me directly. I'm really glad I ran into you at that grocery store. Me too, I said quietly. He reached out and tucked a strand of hair behind my ear, his fingers gentle. Is this okay? I nodded. He leaned in slowly, giving me every opportunity to pull away. I didn't. When his lips met mine, it was soft and tentative and nothing like kissing Marcus had been. This felt like a question, not a demand. Like he was asking permission with every movement. I kissed him back, and something tight in my chest finally loosened. Things with David progressed naturally from there. No grand declarations or rushed commitments. Just two people who'd both been through the ringer, taking things day by day. But not everything was smooth sailing. 4 months into whatever we were calling our relationship, I got a text from an unknown number. I'd gotten better about screening these, most were reporters or internet trolls who'd somehow gotten my contact info, but something made me open this one. It was a photo. Me and David, leaving a restaurant together, his arm around my waist. Below it, a message, moving on pretty fast, aren't you? My blood ran cold. I knew that tone. That passive-aggressive, accusatory tone. Who is this? I typed back. Who do you think? Marcus. It had to be Marcus. I showed David the message. His jaw tightened as he read it. Has he been contacting you? David asked. Not in months, I said. I blocked him everywhere. He must have gotten a new number again. Do you want me to? No, I said firmly. I'll handle it. I typed out a response. You lost the right to have opinions about my life when you decided to plan a future with someone else while engaged to me. Lose this number. Lose every number you might use to contact me. If you reach out again, I'm filing for a restraining order. I hit send before I could second-guess myself, then blocked the number immediately. Done, I said. David pulled me close. You're kind of scary when you're angry. It's impressive. I've had practice, I said. But that night, alone in my apartment with pancake purring on my chest, I felt the old anxiety creeping back in. The sense that I was being watched, judged, monitored. That Marcus was somewhere out there, keeping tabs on me, waiting for. What? An opportunity to worm his way back in? To make me feel guilty for moving on? I thought I was past this. Thought I'd healed. Turned out healing wasn't a straight line. It was a messy, winding path with setbacks and detours. I made an appointment with my therapist for the next day. Dr. Reeves listened as I explained everything, the text, the photo, the way it had made me feel like I was back at square one. You're not at square one, she said when I finished. You're at a place where you've built a new life, found someone who treats you well, and when your ex tried to insert himself back into your narrative, you shut it down immediately. That's not square one. That's growth. Then why do I feel so rattled? I asked. Because trauma doesn't just disappear, she said. It gets smaller, more manageable. But triggers can still activate it. The important thing is how you respond, and you responded well. Over the next few sessions, we worked through my fear that history might repeat itself. That David might turn out to be another Marcus, that I might miss the signs again, that I was fundamentally broken when it came to choosing partners. You weren't broken then, and you're not broken now, Dr. Reeves said. You were trusting. That's not a flaw. Marcus exploited that trust, that's his flaw, not yours. Slowly, painfully, I started to believe her. 8 months after the non-wedding, Maya called me with news. You're not going to believe this, she said, her voice electric with excitement. What? Marcus's company fired him? I sat up straighter on my couch. What? Why? Apparently several women came forward with complaints about his behavior. Inappropriate comments, unwanted advances, that kind of thing. HR investigated and found enough evidence to let him go. I felt a complicated mix of emotions. Satisfaction, yes. But also something like sadness for the women who'd experienced whatever Marcus had done. Good, I said finally. I hope they're okay. There's more, Maya said. He's apparently moving. Back to his hometown. His mom's basically disowned him. She found out he'd been lying to her about what happened at the wedding, told her you'd made everything up. But then someone showed her the actual screenshots. How do you know all this? Tom told me, Maya said. We've been talking. Talking? I asked, a smile creeping into my voice. Or talking? Shut up, she said, but I could hear her grinning. The point is, Marcus is finally facing consequences. Real ones. After we hung up, I sat with that information for a while. I'd spent so long angry at Marcus, then working through that anger, then trying to move past it entirely. And now here was this news, proof that actions have consequences, that life occasionally serves up justice. I didn't feel the triumph I'd expected. Mostly I just felt tired. I texted David, got some news about Marcus. Want to come over? I'll order Thai. He responded immediately, be there in 20. When he arrived, I filled him in while we ate pad Thai straight from the containers. How do you feel about it? He asked. Honestly? Relieved, I said. Not because of the justice or whatever. Just relieved that other women won't have to go through what I did. That he's not in a position of power anymore. David set down his chopsticks and took my hand. You know what I love about you? What? You could have gone scorched earth. Could have spent the last year trying to destroy him, calling his work, blasting him online. But you didn't. You just walked away and built something better. I don't know if I'd call what I did walking away, I said, laughing. I kind of went nuclear at our wedding. Okay, fair. You went nuclear once, then walked away. That's more accurate. We finished dinner and curled up on the couch to watch a movie. Halfway through, David paused it. I need to tell you something, he said. My stomach dropped. That sounds ominous. It's not. I mean, I hope it's not. He took a breath. I'm falling in love with you. And I know that might be scary given everything you've been through, and I'm not asking you to say it back or make any declarations. I needed you to know. Because I don't want to hide it or play it cool or pretend I feel less than I do. I looked at him, really looked at him. At the way he was watching me with hope and nervousness and total honesty. This was what it was supposed to feel like. This transparency. This vulnerability without manipulation. I'm falling for you too, I said. And yeah, it's terrifying. But it's also the best thing that's happened to me in a long time. He kissed me then, deep and slow, and when we broke apart he was smiling. So where do we go from here? He asked. Forward, I said. Just forward. 1 year after the wedding that wasn't, I got an unexpected invitation in the mail. It was from Tom, Marcus's brother. He was getting married, and despite everything, he wanted me there. I know this is weird, his note read. And I completely understand if you don't want to come. But you were a good friend before all of this happened, and Maya says you're doing really well now. We'd love to have you both there if you're comfortable with it. I showed the invitation to David. Do you want to go? He asked. I don't know, I said honestly. Part of me thinks it's insane. But another part thinks, maybe it would be good closure? Showing up, celebrating something happy, proving that I'm okay? Will Marcus be there? Probably. He's the best man. David considered this. I'll support whatever you decide. But if you want to go, I'm coming with you. No way you're walking into that alone. I thought about it for 3 days. Talked it through with Dr. Reeves, with Maya, with my mom. Everyone had opinions, but ultimately, it had to be my choice. Finally, I risked yes. The wedding was in June, outdoors at a vineyard 2 hours away. David and I drove up together, his hand steady on my knee whenever I got nervous. We can leave anytime, he reminded me. Just say the word. Tom had assured me that Marcus knew I was coming and had promised to stay far away. He's not happy about it, Tom had said. But this is my wedding, and what I say goes. When we arrived, Maya was already there, looking stunning in a blue dress. She hugged me tight. You okay? She whispered. Ask me again in an hour, I said. The ceremony was beautiful. Tom's fiancée, Grace, walked down the aisle beaming. Their vows were personal and funny and genuine. And when they kissed, everyone cheered. I didn't see Marcus. Not during the ceremony, not during cocktail hour. I started to think maybe he hadn't come after all. Then, during dinner, I felt eyes on me. I turned, and there he was. Standing near the bar, alone, watching me. He looked different. Thinner. Older somehow, though it had only been a year. His tuxedo fit well, but he wore it uncomfortably, like it didn't quite belong to him anymore. Our eyes met across the reception tent. I waited for the anxiety, the anger, the fear. Waited for all the old feelings to come rushing back. Instead, I felt nothing. Just a mild curiosity, like looking at a stranger. David followed my gaze. Is that him? Yeah. Want me to? No, I said. I'm fine. Marcus started walking toward our table, and Maya tensed beside me. But I stayed calm. He stopped a few feet away, his hands shoved in his pockets. Allie, he said. Can we talk? Just for a minute? David started to stand, but I put a hand on his arm. It's okay. I got up and followed Marcus to a quiet corner of the tent, away from the music and chatter. What do you want? I asked, keeping my voice neutral. He ran a hand through his hair. I wanted to say I'm sorry. I know I said it before, but I need you to know I mean it. What I did to you, there's no excuse. I was a coward and you deserved so much better. Okay, I said. He looked surprised by my response. Like he'd expected me to yell or cry or tell him off. That's it? He asked. Just okay? What do you want me to say, Marcus? That I forgive you? That we can be friends? That I've been waiting a year for this apology? I don't know, he admitted. Maybe. I don't forgive you, I said plainly. Not because I'm holding a grudge, but because I don't need to forgive you to move on. Your apology doesn't change what happened. It doesn't give me back the time I wasted or the trust I lost. It's just words. He flinched like I'd slapped him. But I hope you figure yourself out, I continued. I hope you get therapy. I hope you learn how to be honest with people instead of stringing them along. And I hope you never do to anyone else what you did to me. I won't, he said quietly. I've learned. Good, I interrupted. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a wedding to enjoy. I walked back to my table without looking back. David stood when I sat down, his eyebrows raised in question. All good? He asked. All good, I confirmed. Maya leaned over. What did he say? Nothing that mattered, I said, and meant it. The rest of the night was actually fun. We danced, ate cake, toasted the happy couple. Marcus stayed on the opposite side of the venue, and I stopped thinking about him entirely. On the drive home, David asked, was it closure? Seeing him, talking to him? You know what? I said, watching the landscape blur past my window. I don't think I needed closure from him. I think I needed to prove to myself that he doesn't have power over me anymore. And he doesn't. David smiled and squeezed my hand. Also, I added, Tom's wedding was lovely, but I'm pretty sure ours will be better. David nearly swerved off the road. Ours? Someday, I said, grinning at his shocked expression. Way someday. But yeah. I can work with someday, he said, his voice warm. And driving through the summer night, windows down and music playing, I realized something. I'd survived the worst thing I could imagine. I'd been betrayed and humiliated and broken. And I'd come out the other side stronger. Not unchanged, I'd never be that trusting again, that naive. But stronger. Wiser. More certain of what I deserved and unwilling to settle for less. Marcus hadn't destroyed me. He just cleared the path for something better.